Matthew's Gospel, chapter number 7 and verse number 12. I'm going to read first from the Common English Bible translation. It says, therefore, you should treat people in the same way that you want people to treat you. This is the law and the prophet. You should treat people in the same way you want people to treat you. I read it in a complete Jewish Bible, and it goes like this. Always treat others as you would like them to treat you. That sums up the teaching of the Torah and the prophets. That sums up the teaching of the Torah and the prophets. It means everything Moses was trying to teach the children of Israel, down from Exodus down to Deuteronomy, is about treating people the way you want to be treated. Everything Isaiah, Jeremiah, Hosea, and all they taught was to bring man to this point. And you really know that when we come to this point of realization and living our lives in the real sense of it, of treating people the way we want them to treat us, this world will be a very balanced place, because you will have a thought before you act. You will have a rethink before you do things. The Godword translation, the C part of it says, that is the meaning of Moses' teachings and the prophets. So I'll start my journey to let you know that since the greatest need that man has of his wife, or man needs from his wife, is respect, I would say that respect starts with you. I'll say that because I bring the quote of John C. Maxwell that says that everything rises and falls on the shoulder or the wings of leadership. Now, a leader is one who influences others to carry out a function or achieve a common goal. That's what a leader is. So respect in the home will actually start with you. It starts with you because you have a whole lot to benefit. Some of the benefits you have to derive from respect starting with you is that, number one, you are the man. It is very important because you are the man. Being the man also means, number two, that you are the head. Being the head means you are the top of everything: joy, pain, sorrow, happiness, and celebration. Number three, you are the chief culture officer of your home. Culture is the way a group of people behave, is the lifestyle, the way and manner in which a group of people or society behave. You are the chief culture officer in your home. The next point is that you are the man in charge. You as the man, you are in charge. You are in charge of victory. You are in charge of woes. You are in charge of tales. You are in charge of everything in the home. Next is that you are responsible for the atmosphere. The atmosphere determines the richness of the soil, determines the richness of the soil. If we can't get the atmosphere right, though the nutrients in the ground might be good, over time it is going to respond to what the atmosphere carries. So it is very, very important. And the last thing I wrote down, that you are going to give account of your managing resources to your wife, your children, everybody in your home, the human capital or the human resources in your home, as well as the material resources and your time. So it is very important that you do, so that you can beautiful, full of respect. The next thing I'm going to bring out is how you need to achieve a home full of respect. I just talked about the relevance of it, or the benefit of it. So how do you keep a home full of respect, where your wife respects you to the maximum, what the Jamaican man would call the maximum? How do you do that? Number one, you will need to make your wife know how much you love and appreciate her. How much you love and appreciate her. When women are not appreciated, they give birth to us. They give birth for us damaged products. They give birth for us unhealthy atmosphere. They give birth for us resistance. They give birth for us everything that will shorten our lifespan. So it is very, very important that we do that. And in making this work, we need to start with our thoughts. Because as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. Our thoughts pattern determines our lifestyle. Our thought pattern determines our actions and our reactions. The next thing we need to put forth in showing our wife, to show our wives that we appreciate them, is our words. Your words have to be loving, appreciating, and kind. It doesn't have to be judgmental, but it has to be peace, giving, loving, tender, and nice. And thirdly, it has to be in our actions. Action, they say, is louder than voice. If you tell a woman, I love you, and she believes you, and you act opposite or otherwise, and you tell her again you love her, and you act otherwise, she's going to stop believing you over a period of time, because you can't fool somebody all the time. You may fool them sometimes, but you can't fool them all the time. So it is important that your words, your thoughts, your action, and your words tally. Today we have lots of people who are praying for their wives to die. I'm telling you, they are praying for their wives to die so they can marry another wife, because they're tired of her behavior, they are tired of the way she acts. Could it be because of the things that you put in her, the atmosphere you create, the way you behave towards her, that is affecting the way that the atmosphere of your house goes? So check all of these things. It will affect the way you get respect in the home, because as you want others to do to you, you ought to do it. You ought to do that way. And it starts with the mind. If your wife has offended you, she's done so many terrible things to you, and you want to move your life forward, the place to start from is to change your mind about her. If you didn't used to admire her before, now start admiring her. Start looking at her and bring back to memory all those things you like. I've heard some men say, oh, when I married her, she was so slim. Now she's not fat. She's not fat. After 2 children, she's fat. Oh, she's fat, but she's still your wife. Whether slim or fat, she's still your wife. Whatever she is right now, she's still your wife. Whether healthy or sick, she's still your wife. To help you go through this and not go the destructive line is to start looking at those things that you still like about her, amplify it. There's a tone to which there's a volume to which you amplify it. It will drown the things you do not like. So to change your mind, start celebrating the good sides. It will affect the sides you don't like and keep you going, because marriage is not supposed to be for a little distance. It's for a lifetime. Because the benefits it's going to bring to you are this. Number one, it will boost our self-confidence. And when our self-confidence is boosted, you are going to be amazed and so truly blessed. Number two, it will teach your children to do the same. Because most times it's like parents, like kids. Like parents, like kids. The culture you create affects the culture they disseminate. Number three, it will promote the spirit of honor in your home. The spirit of honor brings about riches, brings about health, brings about wealth, brings about protection. It keeps the devil away. Woo! I love that. It keeps the devil away. So when you promote honor, it keeps the devil away. Number four, it buys you respect. When you show your wife you love her, it earns you respect. It earns you respect. I've seen some women can be very, very crazy. I've seen some women, they see their husband come to tell their friend, come. See, the fool is coming again. The fool is coming again. How can you say that about your wife, about your husband, who is your head, your crown, and the glory of your home? That's not good at all. So it is important we do this. Then the next point I'll drop here is for you to take note that some men feel that when you show your wife too much that you love her, they will come to the point of over familiarity. They start looking down on you, start having that superiority complex. Now, any woman who looks down on you because you tell her, I love you as my wife, doesn't have honor in her. Now, if that's the case, if that's your state, then we need another class to deal with that, because there's a way to deal with that kind of issue. But on a normal note, if you let your wife know you love her and you appreciate her, it's just going to boost her love and respect and honor for you. The next point is that it glorifies God. Everybody wants to glorify God. Everybody wants to make God glad. Everybody wants to bless the Lord, and that blesses the Lord. The last thing I wrote down here is that it kills the tendency of separation and divorce. Today, so many marriages are heading towards the rock. They are heading towards the rock, and the time to deal with it is now. Respect given is one strong way to keep the devil away from sponsoring divorce or separation in your home. Now, to end this class, you have to do me a favor. Having spent this time talking to you, you need to do this for yourself and do me this favor, because your success is my delight. Do this. Write down 3 things you're going to do differently to show your wife that you love her and to improve the culture of honor and respect in your home. Write down 3 things you're going to do to make her know you love her and you appreciate her. Thank you very much. I'll see you in next episode. Don't forget, my name is Victor Atenaga. I remain your partner to a successful home. Be blessed.
I hope you enjoyed today's episode on Men's Workroom. For questions and contributions, please do write Reverend Victor Atenaga via the email address showing on your screen, and we're gonna get back to you answering your questions. Thank you for watching Men's Workroom.
If democracy had an engine room, the National Assembly would be right at the center of it. From lawmaking to keeping government powers in check, this arm of government plays a crucial role in how Nigeria is run. But what exactly does the National Assembly do, and why does it matter to us as everyday Nigerians? Let's break it down.
The National Assembly is Nigeria's federal legislature, established under the 1999 Constitution. It is responsible for making laws for the entire country and represents the Nigerian people at the national level. Nigeria operates a bicameral legislature, meaning the National Assembly has 2 chambers. The first is the Senate, which consists of 109 members. Each of Nigeria's 36 states elects 3 senators, while the Federal Capital Territory elects 1. The second chamber is the House of Representatives, made up of 360 members elected from federal constituencies across the country, based largely on population. Together, these 2 chambers ensure that both population size and geographical spread are represented in national decision-making. So why does Nigeria operate 2 legislative chambers instead of 1? The bicameral system is designed to promote balance and careful decision-making. While the House of Representatives reflects population distribution, the Senate ensures equal representation of each state. This structure prevents dominance by more populous regions and encourages broader national consensus before laws are passed. It also creates an internal system of checks where both chambers review and debate legislation independently. The primary responsibility of the National Assembly is lawmaking. A proposed law, known as a bill, can be introduced by a lawmaker or forwarded by the executive arm of government. Each bill goes through a structured process. The first reading, where it is formally introduced. The second reading, where principles are debated. The committee stage, where detailed examination takes place. And the third reading, where final approval is sought. Public hearings may be held, allowing experts, civil society groups, and citizens to contribute to the process. Once passed by both chambers, the bill is sent to the president for assessment. If the president refuses to sign, the Constitution allows the National Assembly to override that decision with a 2/3 majority, reinforcing the legislature's independence. But the work of the National Assembly doesn't stop at lawmaking. One of its most critical responsibilities is oversight. This means monitoring how government ministries, departments, and agencies carry out their duties. Through committee hearings, investigations, and summons, the National Assembly can question public officials on policy implementation and spending. Ministers and heads of agencies are required to explain their actions and justify the use of public funds. This oversight role is vital for transparency, accountability, and preventing misuse of power. One of the most influential powers of the National Assembly lies in the nation's finances. Each year, the President presents the national budget to a joint session of the National Assembly. Lawmakers review the proposed spending, debate allocations, and make necessary amendments. No government can legally occur without the approval of the National Assembly. The legislature also approves external and domestic loans, monitors government borrowing, and ensures that the public funds are spent according to approved budgets. This authority gives the National Assembly significant influence over Nigeria's economic priorities and development plans. Members of the National Assembly are elected to speak for the people. Lawmakers represent specific constituencies and senatorial districts. They raise motions, sponsor bills, and advocate for projects that reflect the needs of their communities. Ideally, this ensures national policies consider the realities on ground, from infrastructure and education to security and healthcare. Through this representative role, citizens' concerns are meant to reach the federal level. The National Assembly also serves as a guardian of the Constitution. It has the power to amend the Constitution, approve key appointments such as ministers and ambassadors, and confirm judicial nominees. In extreme cases, the National Assembly can initiate impeachment proceedings against the President, Vice President, and other top officials following constitutional procedures. These responsibilities help maintain balance among Nigeria's three arms of government: the executive, legislature, and judiciary. Despite its importance, the National Assembly faces criticism. Issues such as low public trust, concerns over transparency, and debates around remuneration have shaped public perception. However, the effectiveness of the National Assembly often reflects broader democratic challenges, including voter participation, accountability, and civic engagement. Strengthening the legislature ultimately requires active citizen involvement and sustained democratic pressure.
In simple terms, the National Assembly makes laws, checks government powers, controls public spending, and represents the people. While debates continue about performance and responsibilities, its role remains central to democracy. Understanding how it works helps citizens know where power lies and how to demand for better governance. Alright guys, that is all on this episode of Explained. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. Follow, like, and share, and we'll see you next time. Nigeria is one nation, but within it are different identities, cultures, and diversities. So how do you govern a country that is this diverse? Here on Explain Nigeria, everything is going to be broken down for you. The answer Nigeria chose was federalism, a way to share power, protect diversity, and promote unity. Federalism in Nigeria is a system of government where power is shared between the central government, states, and smaller political units under one constitution. In Nigeria, these are the federal government, 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, and 774 local governments. Each level has constitutionally defined responsibilities designed to promote cooperation rather than domination. Nigeria is a large and diverse country made up of many ethnic groups, religions, and cultures. To manage this diversity and prevent domination by any single group, Nigeria adopted federalism. Nigeria operates a three-tier system of governments. At the top is the federal government, which handles national matters such as defense, foreign affairs, currency, and immigration. Next are the state governments, 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, responsible for regional issues like education, healthcare, agriculture, and infrastructure. At the grassroots are local governments, which bring governance closer to the people by handling community-level services. Nigeria adopted federalism to manage its deep ethnic, religious, and cultural diversity. With over 250 ethnic groups, federalism was meant to prevent domination by any single group, protect minorities, and bring governance
government closer to the people. The Constitution divides powers into 3 legislative lists. The first legislative list is the exclusive legislative list. This contains powers reserved for only the federal government, including defense, currency, foreign affairs, and immigration. Next, we have the concurrent legislative lists. This contains shared powers, including education, healthcare, electricity, and roads. Both the federal and state governments can make laws here, but the federal law takes priority if there is a conflict. Finally, we have the residual legislative lists. This includes powers not mentioned elsewhere, meant to belong to the states. Nigeria's system evolved from colonial. The 2 constitutions that they had at the time were Richard's Constitution of 1846. This recognized regional diversity. The second constitution was the Littleton Constitution of 1954, which formally introduced federalism. At independence in 1960, Nigeria's region had more autonomy and control over resources than states do today.
The goals of federalism remain clear: national unity, inclusion, regional autonomy, and fair power sharing. In summary, federalism is about sharing power to keep the nation united.
Welcome to Dursag Engineering and Services Limited. A trusted name in the oil and gas industry, proudly registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission since the year 2000. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our head office is strategically located at 43 Airport Road, Warri, Delta State, Nigeria. At Dursag, our areas of expertise across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, both local and trained expatriate personnel, engineering services across civil, electrical, instrumentation, and mechanical works, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. We are proud partners to some of the industry's leading players, including NNPC and its subsidiaries, Seplat Petroleum, First Hydrocarbon Nigeria Limited, ND Western, Saipem Contracting Nigeria Limited, and Lee Engineering and Construction, among others. Over the years, we have successfully executed manpower, EPC, and marine support projects with a strong record of excellence. At Dursag Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. Dursag Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
the exchange rate and you pause for a second, you are not alone. The Naira has moved again, and yes, many Nigerians are talking about it. So what exactly is happening with our currency? Why does it matter to your wallet, your business, and your everyday life? You're watching Explained Nigeria, where we break down the numbers and give the reasons behind them so you get the full picture. Today we're looking at some of the factors that cause the Naira to rise and fall and what it means for all of us.
The first factor to consider is foreign exchange reserves. These are assets held by the central bank in foreign currencies like the US dollar to back up the Naira. How a country manages these reserves can affect the value of its currency. Developing countries like Nigeria tend to hold more reserves than advanced economies, partly to protect against economic shocks. Analysts say that looking at reserves can sometimes predict crises before they happen. For context, the US dollar and Naira exchange rate recently stood at about 1,425 Naira 50 kobo per dollar, according to the latest market figures. A slight movement reflecting ongoing foreign exchange activity as supply and demand continue to shape the Naira's value. Over the past month, the Naira weakened by 0.16%, but over the last 12 months, it actually gained 6.26%. So even small changes in reserves or dollar supply can move the Naira. And while these numbers look technical, they affect what you pay for imported goods, loans, and even school fees. Another big factor is Nigeria's trade balance and import habits. Nigeria usually runs a trade surplus, largely because of crude oil exports. But at the same time, the country imports a lot of refined petroleum machinery.
TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network. This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive...
Hello, you're on to TVM's Metro Updates, coming to you from TVM's studios in the metropolitan town of Warri, Delta State. I am Mara Samuels, and these are the news making rounds this hour. The All Progressives Congress APC State Congress concludes, leaving a trail of controversy and a visible rift among the party's top brass. Despite a heavy security presence at the Cenotaph Hall, Asaba, the conspicuous absence of the party's traditional heavyweights, including Chief James Nanefe Buri, Senator Ned Wonko, and former Deputy Senate President Ove Omoagege, has sparked fears of a deep-seated crisis. Amidst this atmosphere of uncertainty, Solomon Arenka has emerged as the new state chairman. It was meant to be a show of force and unity for the ruling APC in Delta State, but the empty seats in the VIP session told a different story. The state's congress held at the state's capital, Asaba, was boycotted by the very men who have historically defined the state's political landscape. Sources close to the Big Three, Omoagege, Ned Nwoko, and Ibori Camp, claim the process was hijacked by recent defectors from the PDP. They allege that the Congress was a mere coronation rather than a democratic contest, aimed at installing Governor Sheriff Oberewori's allies into the party's core structure. Despite the boycott, the exercise proceeded via consensus. Solomon Arenka, a veteran politician and former PDP chieftain, was affirmed as the state's chairman. His emergence is seen as a total consolidation of power by the new APC bloc, largely comprised of the governor's loyalists who crossed over last year. But for the party faithfuls in Delta State, the panic is real. With 2027 elections appearing on the horizon, it is clear that a house divided against itself cannot stand. If the rift between the founding APC members and the new PDP-turned-APC arrivals isn't mended, the party may face its toughest battle yet from within. And another news from Delta State, the Delta State government has issued an urgent appeal for peace following a wave of protest in Ibuzo, Oshimili North local government area of Delta State. Residents took to the streets to voice their grievances over what they describe as a systematic encroachment on their ancestral lands by the neighboring Ogwashiku community. With tensions mounting at the boundary lines, the state government is moving quickly to prevent a breakdown of law and order. The streets of Ibuzo were filled with protesters as community leaders, youth groups, and elders marched against what they call an illegal invasion. The protesters alleged that developers backed by interest from Ogwashiku have begun clearing forests and erecting structures on land historically belonging to Ibuzo. Placards with inscriptions such as "Our land is our heritage" and "Ogwashiku, stay off Ibuzo land" were held very high. The community leadership claims that despite previous boundary demarcations, the encroachment has intensified in recent weeks, sparking fears of a physical confrontation. Addressing the demonstrators on behalf of Governor Sheriff Oberewori, Prince Erijo commended the Ibuzo community for conducting themselves peacefully and assured them that the government was already taking steps to address the matter. He added that the state government had received the correspondence on the disputes prior to the protest and had begun taking necessary steps. He said, and I quote, "As a government, there are established procedures for handling matters of this nature, and I want to assure you that we are already acting on the communication. In fact, we were in receipt of this correspondence before your visits, and steps had already been taken prior to this weekend," Erijo stated. Security agencies have been deployed to the disputed zones to act as a buffer, while the protesters were temporarily dispersed. The atmosphere in both Ibuzo and Ogwashiku remains thick with suspicion. And lastly, in Delta State news, tributes are pouring in from across the Niger Delta following the passing of Chief Benjamin Ilue, the former Deputy Governor of Delta State. Leading the regional mourning is the Pan-Niger Delta Forum, PANDEF, which has described Ilue's transition as a monumental loss to the South-South region. Beyond his role in the Ibori administration, Ilue is being remembered today for his steady hand and enduring footprint in the state's developmental history. Chief Benjamin Ilue, who served as deputy governor between 1999 and 2007, was a cornerstone of the democratic return in Delta State. His death marks the end of an era for the founding fathers of the modern Delta political structure. In a statement, PANDEF hailed Ilue as a bridge builder and a gentleman politician who prioritized regional stability over personal gain. The forum noted that his contributions during the turbulent early years of the Fourth Republic were instrumental in maintaining the delicate balance of power across the state's diverse ethnic groups.
Mama, we know it's painful. He has gone to rest peacefully. The prayer of every family is that when your loved one passes on at old age, the person should go peacefully. He never stressed you people. You would never carried him from one hospital from here to travel to America, to travel to UK, to everywhere for medical. No. Even when I approved his medical last year, I know he didn't go because he was strong. But I made sure that what is entitled to was given to him. So, it's a great loss to all of us, the family, the people of Anyosha North and Delta in general.
Within Delta State, the mood is reflective. Colleagues remember him as a man of immense patience, a loyal deputy who navigated the high-pressure environment of the Ibori years with a calm demeanor that earned him the respect of both allies and opponents. As the state prepares to bid him a final farewell, the government has signaled that a high-powered committee will be formed to ensure the late statesman receives a burial befitting his status. Chief Benjamin Ilue's legacy is etched in the roads, schools, and policies he helped birth at the turn of the century. While he may be gone, his footprint in the big heart of the nation remains indelible. Our thoughts are with the Ilue family and the people of Delta State during this mourning period. And now we'll go back to Edo State news. In a decisive display of internal party cohesion, the Edo chapter of the All Progressive Congress, APC, has concluded its state congress with a resounding affirmation of its existing leadership. Gathering at the party's state secretariat in Benin City, delegates from across the 3 senatorial districts and 18 local government areas moved to return the Emperor Jared Tenebe-led state working committee to their positions. The atmosphere was one of the strategic consolidation as the party prepares its machinery for the upcoming electoral challenges. The process, conducted through a voice vote of affirmation rather than a contested ballot, saw the re-emergence of Emperor Jared Tenebe as the state's chairman. Joining him in the returned executive is Chief Francis Inegbeniki, who retains his position as the state's vice chairman. The Congress also reaffirmed the mandate of the State Secretary, the Publicity Secretary, and other key members of the State Executive Committee. Addressing the Assembly following the affirmation, Chairman Jared Tenebe expressed profound gratitude to the party faithfuls for the renewed mandate. He emphasized that the decision to maintain the status quo was a testament to the stability and progress the team has brought to the Edo APC during a turbulent political season. Teneme called for total unity among members, stating that the primary objective of the returned executives is to reclaim the state's governance and ensure that the APC remains the dominant political force in the South-South region.
As we embark on this new beginning, I emphasize the urgent need for unity, cohesion, and inclusivity within our party and across the state. The APC structure, from the ward level to the state leadership, has been repositioned to reinforce the principle that politics must serve as the bedrock of good governance. We have strengthened internal democracy and empower our grassroots structure to actively contribute to governance and development. Our party remains firmly committed to civility, discipline, and collective pursuit of Edo State progress. As we consolidate our gains and prepare for future electoral engagement, it is evident that while our party continues to grow stronger, opposition parties remain entangled in internal crises that undermine their effectiveness. Edo State is witnessing a new era of development through impactful infrastructure and purposeful governance. As we return to our various communities, let us remember that the task ahead is enormous, and our greatest strength lies in unity, resilience, and shared commitment to progress. I congratulate all newly elected party officials and remind them that their emergence is a call to service and dedication to the people of Edo State. Together, let us build a stronger party and a more prosperous state. Long live All Progressive Congress, long live Edo State, and long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Party faithfuls, leaders, women, youth, it is a call to duty. My name remains Jared Teneme.
With the state executive confirmed, the Congress aims to send a strong signal of readiness to viral political parties. The event was supervised by officials from the national headquarters of the party, the state governor, his deputy, Speaker of the State Assembly, Senator Adams Oshomole, and monitored by independent observers to ensure compliance with the party's constitution. With the leadership officially returned, the Edo APC now shifts its focus to grassroots mobilization and the strengthening of local government chapters. Still on Edo State news, Governor Monday Okpebholo on Monday, 2nd March, joined youths and residents at the National Museum grounds at King Square in Benin City, protesting the lingering blackout and billing concerns linked to the Benin Electricity Distribution Company, BEDC. Urging calm while promising swift stakeholder engagement, addressing the crowd, the governor expressed solidarity with the demonstrators, noting that electricity challenges cut across all segments of the state. Okpebholo added that any form of shortchanging Edo residents affect the entire state. He said, and I quote, "When we talk about shortchanging Edo people, it affects all of us, our parents in the villages, our brothers and sisters in the city, and everyone standing here. Why should anyone frustrate Edo people?" he asked. The governor clarified that BEDC is privately owned and not directly controlled by the state government, but assured that concrete steps would be taken to address the concerns raised. He also announced that a stakeholders meeting would be held on Tuesday, March 3rd, and urged the protesters to nominate 5 representatives to participate. The protest, organized by human rights groups and residents, took place at a National Museum grounds at King Square, a major hub in the heart of Benin City. Before proceeding with the demonstration, carrying banners with inscriptions such as "BEDC is not bigger than Edo people," "We say no to BEDC oppression," "No light, no bill," and Edo people say no to bulk buying.
Why are they trying to frustrate Edo people? I want you to listen very well. We will break the monopoly. So how do we do it? We have to operate the way telecom operates. Bring in different stakeholders, bring in different companies so that we can have light. We can have alternative. Is it no alternative we want? We are going to have a meeting in my office tomorrow, bring stakeholders so that we can talk, engage them and see how we can bring in more investors into the business of light distribution. So once that is done, we'll have enough light.
Who will they see so? You sure? Yes. You sure? Yes. I know people what did happen. What did happen?
And still on Edo State news, Governor Monday Okpebholo on Tuesday, March 3rd, presided over a crucial stakeholders meeting with key players in the electricity sector in Edo State, following a peaceful protest held earlier on Monday, 2nd March, in Benin City over power supply and billing concerns. Comrade Ogbidi Emmanuel, who spoke on behalf of the group, said residents across Edo State were compelled to protest what he described as oppressive practices by the distribution company. Let's take a look.
Mr. Governor, may I have your permission to allow them into council, stakeholders, strategy and commercials. Allow the leader of the team from the power sector to speak, and thereafter whoever you want to speak on I want to first of all thank
BDC were going to switch off like for 1 month. They are here now, so they will have to explain to us and we have to look for a way forward. Then I also want to appeal to Azura, especially because their light is not here in the district. Taken to Ondo. You are here and you are transmitted to Ondo. So we need to look at that aspect too. We need to appeal to them so that they can extend their distribution to Benin. So these are reasons why I'm praying for this meeting. I understand your pain when you buy a meter. Like you see something like 300 units, 400 units, you think it's your own, but they will recoup that money back gradually. I'm not worried about that, but having light is the most important for us.
What are the issues, sir? Edo people came out yesterday to express their grievances by way of the services they've been receiving from the Benin Electricity Distribution Company. What are these issues, sir? Your Excellency, as it is in the Edo State today, we have several communities that between 1 month to 3 months, they've not seen light in those streets. And there are some communities up to a year up. While there are some communities that took it upon themselves to liberate themselves from darkness, Your Excellency, they will buy poles, they will buy transformer, they will buy wire, so that they can have access to power.
And we will approach BDC will compel them to donate those equipment to them before we can use it or install it for them. That is outside the amount we will charge for connection. Your Excellency, estimated billing of those things by BDC has become something that we enjoy so much. BDC so that if you are not in your house for 3 months, Your Excellency, even BDC will pay the bills for you. These bills are exorbitant. Your Excellency, there is a Nicodemus style that brings me to increase tariff of a baby as it is today in the guise of band A, such that household users, which are the ordinary customers who do not use power for business purposes or commercial purposes, are migrated to band A unsolicited.
Unsolicited migration. You agree, Your Excellency, that band A billing structure ranges between 209 to 250 naira per unit, as against 100 and something naira household is supposed to be paid. Your Excellency, the federal government of Nigeria rolled out free meter programs as it is today in Edo State, where we have a staggering figure between 35,000 allocated to Edo. Your Excellency, these meters are being sold by BDC and its agents, ranging between 150,000 to 400,000 naira, excluding installation fee and mapping. There's what we call mapping. They can install meter for you, it will not work. They will tell you that they will have to take it to the office to map it. They will charge you between 10 to 15,000 naira. Your Excellency, sir, apart from that, there are very worrisome hidden charges inside this meter. If you buy a meter today, Your Excellency, let me round up. For example, the one-phase meter, you are going to see an already made recharge, just like when you buy SIM card, of 49.06 kilowatts inside. By the time you are recharging again, BDC will charge you the sum of 7,500 naira as fee for that meter, and you will see an accumulated charge inside a new meter of 93,000. Depends on the phase and above. The good people are not aware of these hidden charges, but we are made to pay. For the want of time, Your Excellency, we might not be able to articulate all of these issues, but with your kind permission, we have a position paper we would like to present to you. Just quickly touch.
It will be recalled that the governor yesterday had made an appeal to protesting youth that a meeting of stakeholders will be held. The governor said, we need to call for a larger stakeholders meeting. I can see that we cannot get a solution right now. Every reasonable person should understand that BEDC is not generating power. They are service providers. We need to look at that aspect. Responding to complaints earlier, BEDC Managing Director, CEO, Engineer Jonathan Lawani, said a critical stakeholder, the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, was absent from the meeting, noting that the power distribution chain is interconnected. While explaining that generation companies depend largely on gas supply to produce electricity, he said, see BEDC as a retailer who buys from another person. If he doesn't sell to me, I can't sell to Edo or any other states. Let's take a look.
Just for another time's sake, a critical stakeholder is missing here, and that is the TCN/NISO. For poor services, sir, the basic principle of electricity we learned in school is real. Electricity cannot be created nor destroyed. You can't hold it. It will consume you. We are also a buyer. See BEDC as a retailer who buys from another person. That is why I am looking for the person I am buying from. He's not here. If he doesn't sell to me, I can't sell to Edo or any other state where I'm from. The funniest thing is I am happy that my leader is here. Even the people I am accusing, they don't also manufacture it. The TCN and NASU, they also buy from generators where NDPHC is an active player. Even the generator,
despite they generate, if they don't have the source of energy to generate, they will not generate. Most of them gas. So the change is a long one. But we accept all this completely because we are the last phase that you see. To put things in context, BEDC required 760 megawatt to meet just some phases of our state. Around October, where there was a little supply, what we got was just 410 out of 700. As I speak today, what we are getting is 260 something. How do I share it? So that after the post services. Similarly, BEDC have no right to introduce tariff, neither band A. We want other strict regulation, of which it comes from Abuja, NEC, Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission, that is now being decentralized to sub-nationals, which Edo State is taking a very active lead. If they say, this is your tariff, that is what we do. We are too small to charge anybody above or below what we are asked to do. The migration to band A2 is highly supervised by NEC. That is why they have installed what we call IoT on the feeder. They monitor it to see that you must comply. Without that, no approval. It is not we that unilaterally move anybody to band A. And there is a long, Your Excellency, I will not take your time. There's a long mathematics and policy around band A. So please, and if you say they are being sold, I can tell you, stop supporting those people that are selling them. The people installing these meters, they are not from BEDC. They are from Saxi, a company from China. We have arrested many. Anyone you report to us, we will arrest them. The reason why they will say, come and map it, that it cannot load, is because those installers sold it illegal. It cannot come into our system. They will not be looking for money to bring it to our system. A free meter that we install to customer, it gets to you and it fed immediately. But because of those, we discover in Delta State, about 400. We say, go and install for Jonathan Lawani. They took it, signed that I am going to Jonathan Lawani's house. They take it to Leader Obede Hammer house. My system will see it. Once my system see it, you cannot use it. So for them to correct it, they will not be rigmarole. We went to withdraw. The boy went to arrest that installer. We didn't see him. We arrested his wife. We are going through this. Let us know who are selling. We will arrest them. The unit you are saying, it is called preloaded unit. It is not a fraud. Stop deceiving Edo State. They brought a meter to your house. You started using electricity free. It is not free. It is that one you have used that you are paying for. Like you said, it's different. For single phase, it's a different unit. For a 3-phase, because we know that those that will use 3-phase are high consumer, we put a higher unit so that it will not finish quickly and then you are not strongly to load. It is approved. It's preloaded for you so that we bring meter today and then we ask you to vet today. You are in darkness. So what we did is to make provision. Please, you can use this while you get ready to vote. It's everywhere. It's not only BEDC. So if you are organizing Edo State against BEDC on this, we may as well call other Nigerians to protest against other company. Quickly, that is what you call hidden charges. The position paper has been given to me. We will respond. Then, Your Excellency, even the switching of the light for 1 month is not also done by BEDC. Yet is BEDC we see. Transmission company, which is also answering to what you have said about Azura. This project is also help Azura and Ihobo to now evacuate more power because at that station, Azura and Ihobo are very close to each other. But there is one corridor for evacuation, and even the corridor is weak. The federal ministry through TCN awarded a contract to reconduct the other line so that the boat generator cannot generate, which after the progress is completed, there will be more power on the grid. It is like when our dear governor is doing the road at the Kobahi. You see traffic every day. But when the project is completed, sir, a smooth journey will happen. This is what we are going through now. Even the outage is not for all hours. It's between 8 a.m. in the morning and 7 p.m. in the night. It's for safe working space by TCN, not even by BEDC. What is safe working space? That line can kill the whole community. If you don't off it to work, And that line is what brings power to the entire station. Once you off it, our men will just be there. In fact, it's even paying me and paying salary to staff, staying there doing nothing when they are working. But there's nothing you can do. TCN is working to improve Nigeria life. You are organizing Edo State against this. How is it our fault? Sir, you asked for way forward. We are making every effort to make sure that there is improvement to Edo State. And I am highly, as a son of Edo State, committed to this. Let me tell you, the only way that my business, BDC, can survive today is to have almost all the feeders of Bank A.
And on news, in Cross River State, the federal government of Nigeria has praised the Cross River State government for its strategic planning initiatives and execution in the energy sector, highlighting the state's vast hydro and renewable energy investments as a driver for national economic growth. This commendation was made by the nation's Vice President, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, during a official flag-off of the Energy Cross River Conference and Exhibition year 2026 in Calabar. The Vice President, represented by his Senior Special Assistant on Legal, Research and Compliance Matters, Alhaji Bashir Maidugu, disclosed that the state, with its coastal advantage, hydrocarbon reserves, and industrial ambitions, including a deep sea port and special economic trade-free zone initiatives, the state is well positioned to emerge as a major energy hub in Nigeria and the West African sub-region.
For His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. This administration has placed energy reform at the center of Nigeria's economic revitalization. The enactment and implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act, ongoing power sector reforms, gas commercialization initiatives, and our strong commitment to renewable energy expansion reflect a deliberate and strategic policy direction. Our objectives are clear: to create a diversified, resilient, and investor-friendly energy ecosystem that attracts capital, enhances local content, and ensures energy security for all. Cross River State is uniquely positioned to become a major energy hub in Nigeria and West Africa. Its coastal access,
proximity to offshore assets, vast gas potential, hydro resources, solar radiation profile, and industrial corridor ambitions, including deep sea cover and special economic zone initiatives, provide a strong foundation for integrated energy development. Cross River can become a model of integrated energy development in Nigeria. With the right coordination between federal and state authorities, the private sector, and our communities.
The governor of Cross River State, Senator Basi Otu, represented by his deputy, Honorable Peter Odey, reaffirmed his administration's commitment to energy security and sustainable economic growth. He described the conference as a strategic platform to bridge the gap between energy ambitions and practical implementation, emphasizing that energy infrastructure remains crucial to inclusive development in the state. Dr. Odey highlighted key achievements, including the distribution of 10,000 solar systems to homes in rural communities, with another 10,000 scheduled for rollout within the year.
This therefore informed the assemblage of this illustrious personality. Presently, Cross River State, through our inclusive development work plan, we have enabled energy access to both the unserved and underserved rural communities with the distribution of 10,000 solar homes. This laudable gesture has impacted positively on the economy, as evident in a number of community-based businesses that are growing and springing up every day in Cross River State. The second phase of of this project is expected to be implemented this year with another 10,000 solar home system. These solar home systems are complementary to the rehabilitation of many electricity substations and the building of new ones. Broken down transformers across the state have been replaced by this administration. I need to ensure that food and energy security are achievable milestones of this present administration. On the part of the state government, we are poised to create a friendlier investment environment which will not only motivate the investor to break even, but to also make profit and expand their.
He also noted the rehabilitation of substations and the replacement of faulty transformers across the state. He further assured investors of a friendly business environment, including streamlined regulations, tax incentives, and ease of land acquisition. In his welcome address, the Commissioner for Power, Honorable Eka Williams, highlighted the state's vast energy resources, including abundant sunlight, strong winds, flowing rivers, and solid minerals, I beg your pardon.
Concept, including strategic innovations, resource allocations, and strategic talent hub, will foster the sustainability finance in the energy sector in Cross River State. This process involves more than just contract execution. His Excellency, the goal entails constructing energy systems for protection against potential risks while maintaining financial viability and supporting diverse community needs. The project includes but not limited to funding solar mini grids, hydro, wind, biomass, geothermal power plants, and other sources. Our charge to you today is to move beyond conversations. Together, we will establish financial systems that minimize investment risks while enabling Cross River State to attract local and international collaborators to achieve robust funding for energy sector.
Williams urged stakeholders to adopt innovative financing and sound management practices to reduce investment risks while attracting local and international partners. He assured participants of the government's commitment to providing an enabling environment that fosters efficiency, accountability, and investor confidence. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back for more story when we return. Stay with us.
Welcome to Dursag Engineering and Services Limited. A trusted name in the oil and gas industry, proudly registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission since the year 2000. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our head office is strategically located at 43 Airport Road, Warri, Delta State, Nigeria. At Dursag, our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, both local and highly trained expatriate personnel. Engineering services across civil, electrical, instrumentation, and mechanical works. Construction and fabrication works. Specialized procurement and supply. Operations and maintenance services. And integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. We are proud partners to some of the industry's leading players, including NNPC and its subsidiaries, Seplat Petroleum, First Hydrocarbon Nigeria Limited, ND Western, Saipem Contracting Nigeria Limited, and Lee Engineering and Construction, among others. Over the years, we have successfully executed manpower, EPC, and marine support projects with a strong record of excellence. At Dursag Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. Dursag Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
Welcome back from that really quick break. And on to national news. Commuters on the strategic Abuja-Kaduna-Kano Expressway may finally see the end of years of travel hardship, because the federal government and contractors have reaffirmed a firm completion date of April 2026 for the ongoing reconstruction. Following a high-level media tour of the project sites, officials confirmed that work has hit the 80% mark. The project, which was redesigned to use everlasting concrete pavement, is now in its final stretch. The Abuja-Kaduna-Kano Highway, often described as the heartbeat of the nation's economy, is undergoing a massive transformation. After years of delays and the eventual termination of the contract with Julius Berger, the new contractors, Enforced Nigeria Limited, are now working round the clock to meet the president's renewed hope deadline. For years, the corridor was a nightmare for travelers due to failed sections and security concerns. The government insists that the new design, which includes solar lighting across the entire 700-kilometer stretch, will not only improve speed but also enhance security for night travelers. And on to business news. Nigeria's two leading telecommunications giants, MTN and Airtel, have reported a record-breaking combined revenue of over 3.6 trillion naira from data services alone in 2025. According to the latest audited financial reports, the data boom has officially dethroned traditional voice calls as the primary engine of growth for the industry. MTN Nigeria led the surge, generating an unprecedented 2.8 trillion naira from data for the year ended December 31, 2025. This represents a staggering 74.5% increase compared to the 1.6 trillion naira recorded in the previous year. MTN's CEO, Carl Toriola, attributed this performance to a 34% spike in total data traffic, with the average subscriber now consuming approximately 13.1 gigabytes of data every month. Airtel Nigeria mirrored this trajectory, racking the 838.6 billion naira in data revenue for its 9-month reporting period. This reflects a 67.4% growth from the 500.8 billion naira posted in the same period of the year 2024. Airtel's data usage per customer also climbed significantly, reaching 10.7 gigabytes per month, bolstered by a surge in smartphone penetration, which now stands at over 54% for their network. Industry analysts point to a structural transformation in the Nigerian market, driven by an insatiable appetite for short-form video content and the adoption of 4G and 5G services, while a tariff reset implemented early last year contributed to the revenue figures. The underlying driver remains the volume of consumption, with both operators now extracting more values per SIM card. The telecommunications sector has emerged as a rare bright spot in the corporate recovery of 2026. MTN Nigeria specifically turned around a previous year of losses to a post-heroic 1.1 trillion naira profit after tax, a feat that underscores the immense profitability of the country's digital transition. And on to health. National Agency for Food and Drugs Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has solidified a strategic partnership with the National Orientation Agency and the FCCPC to strictly enforce the ban on sachet alcohol. The Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, announced the inter-agency collaboration in Abuja, emphasizing that the grace period for manufacturers and distributors has officially expired. The ban specifically targets alcoholic beverages packaged in sachets and PET or glass bottles smaller than 200 ml. According to the agency, These pocket-sized drinks have become a major driver of alcohol abuse among vulnerable groups, including underage students and commercial vehicle operators. Simultaneously, the FCCPC will monitor retail markets and ensure that prohibited items are removed from shelves, while NAFDAC's Enforcement Directorate will carry out nationwide raids on production facilities and warehouses. Professor Adeyeye noted that the decision follows the recommendations of the multi-sectoral committee that included the Federal Ministry of Health and the Association of Food, Beverage and Tobacco Employers. She stated that the goal is not to stifle business, but to eliminate the ease of access that facilitates addiction and contributes to rising road accidents and social vices. Manufacturers found in violation of the ban will face immediate factory seals and heavy administrative fines. The agency warned that any stock of sachet alcohol found on the open market will be confiscated and destroyed without compensation. This unified front marks the most significant regulatory push to date to sanitize the Nigerian liquor market and prioritize public health over industrial outputs. And on to international news. Defense in Tehran as the Iranian government officially rules out any possibility of negotiations with the United States. In a statement that has sent shockwaves through diplomatic circles, senior Iranian officials have declared that they have no trust in the American administration, following the devastating joint U.S.-Israeli strikes that began last weekend. With the conflict now in its fourth day and the region on a knife edge, Tehran insists it is prepared to sustain its military response indefinitely. The rhetoric from Tehran has hardened significantly. Mohammad Mokbar, a senior aide to the late Supreme Leader, told state television that there is no basis for dialogue. He accused Washington of acting in bad faith, claiming that indirect talks were already underway in Oman when the strikes were launched. The refusal to negotiate comes at a time of unprecedented crisis. Iran is currently preparing for a 3-day state funeral for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed in the initial wave of the attacks. Despite the loss of its top leader, the Interim Leadership Council appears unified in its stance for strategic resistance. In Washington, President Donald Trump has dismissed the latest statements from Tehran, suggesting that the window for diplomacy has closed. He noted that the military campaign, codenamed Operation Epic Fury, aims to dismantle Iran's nuclear and ballistic capabilities entirely. On to sport news. Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell has officially reinstated Francis Uzoho as the national team's first-choice goalkeeper. The decision comes at a critical time as Nigeria prepares for an invitational tournament in Jordan later this month. While Stanley Wambali was the undisputed hero of the 2024 AFCON and recent qualifiers, his current inactive status following a sudden exit from South African club Chippa United has forced the coaching crew to look elsewhere. For Francis Uzoho, it is a return to a familiar, albeit high-pressure role, after spending over a year as the secondary option to Stanley Wambali. The Omonia Nicosia shortstopper is back in the spotlight. Coach Eric Chell confirmed today that Uzoho's consistent playing time in Cyprus made him the logical choice for the upcoming window. Chell emphasized that while Wambali remains a key asset, the national team cannot afford to field a goalkeeper lacking match fitness. But it's not just a two-horse race. The goalkeeping department is seeing fresh competition with the arrival of Arthur Okonkwo. The Wrexham goalkeeper, who recently switched his allegiance from England to Nigeria, is also in the squad for the Jordan trip. While Okonkwo can feature in the friendlies against Iran and Jordan, his participation in competitive qualifiers later this year still hinges on final FIFA approval. Meanwhile, Maduka Okoye remains on the fringes after reportedly turning down the latest AFCON invitation. And lastly on sports, former two-time heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua is facing one of the toughest fights of his career, this time outside the ring. The 36-year-old has shared new footage of himself undergoing intensive physical therapy on his ribs as he continues to recover from a devastating car crash in Nigeria 2 months ago. While his physical wounds are healing, the road back to peak fitness remains long. His promoter, Eddie Hearn, has now provided a realistic timeline for when fans might see AJ back in action. Anthony Joshua is a man on a mission of resilience. Taking to social media today, the boxing star posted images of painful-looking muscle work on his ribcage as part of a rigorous rehabilitation protocol. It has been over 2 months since the horrific December 29th accident on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway that claimed the lives of 2 of his closest associates, personal trainer Kevin Ayodele and longtime therapist Shino Gami. Joshua, who was a passenger in the vehicle at the time, had been split between mourning his brothers and rebuilding his body. In a poignant message accompanying the footage, he wrote, "Going through certain things make you realize you are stronger than you think." Meanwhile, legal proceedings are moving forward in Nigeria. The driver of the vehicle involved in the crash appeared in a Shagamu magistrate court last week, facing charges of dangerous and reckless driving. And that wraps up the edition of TVM's Metro Updates. For more updates throughout the day, follow us on our digital platforms and stay tuned to TVM for trusted news and in-depth coverage. I am Mara Samuels. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.
If you check the exchange rate and you paused for a second, you are not alone. The Naira has moved again, and yes, many Nigerians are talking about it. So what exactly is happening with our currency? Why does it matter to your wallet, your business, and your everyday life? You're watching Explained Nigeria, where we break down the numbers and give the reasons behind them so you get the full picture. Today we're looking at some of the factors that cause the Naira to rise and fall and what it means for all of us.
The first factor to consider is foreign exchange reserves. These are assets held by the central bank in foreign currencies like the US dollar to back up the Naira. How a country manages these reserves can affect the value of its currency. Developing countries like Nigeria tend to hold more reserves than advanced economies, partly to protect against economic shocks. Analysts see that looking at reserves can predict crises before they happen. For context, the US dollar and Naira exchange rate recently stood at about 1,425 Naira 50 kobo per dollar, according to the latest market figures. A slight movement reflecting ongoing foreign exchange activity as supply and demand continue to shape the Naira's value. Past month, the Naira weakened by 0.16%, but over the last 12 months, it actually gained 6.26%. So even small changes in reserves or dollar supply can move the Naira. And while these numbers look technical, they affect what you pay for imported goods, loans, and even school fees. Another big factor is Nigeria's trade balance and import habits. Usually runs a trade surplus, largely because of crude oil exports. But at the same time, the country imports a lot of refined petroleum machinery and food products. This creates a reliance on imports, making the Naira sensitive to global market swings. In 2025, Nigeria had massive trade surpluses, about 5.17 trillion in the first quarter, peaking at 7.46 trillion in the second quarter. While this sounds positive, it also highlights a problem. We still import much of what we consume and produce very few finished goods locally. Even as non-oil exports grow, the economy remains vulnerable to oil price changes, and countries like China and India remain key partners. In other words, oil earns us dollars. Our dependence on imports can put pressure on the Naira, whether international prices fluctuate. It's a delicate balancing act. Government policies and fiscal monetary play a major role in currency stability. Large fiscal deficits, inconsistent rules, and how the central bank manages money supply can create uncertainty for the Naira. For instance, Nigeria operates a floating exchange rate, which means the Naira's value is largely determined by supply and demand. High demand for dollars or increased supply of Naira can quickly shift the exchange rate. In 2025, fiscal policy focused on revenue, diversification through tax reforms, prioritized spending on defense, infrastructure, and human debt management to avoid overspending. Monetary policy, led by CBN, kept interest rates high, 27% late in 2025, to tighten liquidity and control inflation. This helps stabilize the Naira, though it can also make borrowing expensive. So government decisions, from taxes to interest rates, directly affect how much your money is worth. Even a small policy shift can ripple through the economy. Finally, there's economic diversification and growth. Nigeria's heavy reliance on oil makes the Naira vulnerable to global shocks. But a strong, diversified economy with tech, agriculture, finance, and services contributing can help stabilize the currency over time. In 2025, non-oil sectors showed growth and GDP expanded roughly 3.42% thanks to reforms and investment in technology, agriculture, and services. These steps reduce dependence on oil and strengthen the Naira in the long run. Still, challenges remain. Infrastructure gaps, security concerns, and governance issues need attention if Nigeria wants stronger and sustainable growth and a stable currency. Basically, the more diverse the economy, the less the Naira swings wildly every time oil shifts. Growth in other sectors spread out the risk.
And that's a wrap on today's episode of Explained Nigeria. You can watch us on our app, available on Google Play Store. You can also follow all our social media platforms, like, share, and subscribe. And remember, if the Naira affects you, and it likely does, staying informed is the first step to making financial decisions. See you next time on Explained Nigeria.
is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network.
Hallelujah. Yes, Lord, we thank you because you are alive. And because you live, we live. Thank you, Jesus. Casting down my crowns before the living God. Casting down my crowns before the living God. I'm pouring out my own before the Holy One. I'm pouring out my own before the Holy One. Now I need you to just raise your hand and worship the King of Glory. Our God is great and greatly to be praised. There is none like him. Yes, our God is great. Thank you, Jesus. I'm casting down my crown, pouring out my own. I'm pouring out my own. I say you are the living God. Yes, you are the living God. Yahweh, the living God. Yes, Yahweh, the living God. Sing you are. Yes, you are. Yahweh. Yahweh. Lift it. Sing you are the living God. Sing you are. Sing Yahweh. I need you to lift it. Sing you are the living God. King of Kings. You are the living God. Yes, you are the living God. 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 Yahweh, the living God. Yahweh, the living God. Yahweh, the living God. Laying down my crowns, laying down my fears. I don't have anyone but you, Lord. I'm laying down my doubts. I'm pouring out my own before everyone. Can we raise it? Just the voices. You are, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I need you to raise it. You are the living God. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Sing Yahweh, the living God. Yahweh. Yahweh. Sing Yahweh one more time. Yahweh, the living God. Yahweh, the living God. Yahweh, the living God. Yahweh, the living God. Yahweh. Somebody give the Lord a shout.
Hello, welcome to another episode of On the Couch with me, your homegirl Mara Samuels. Today we'll be talking the family units. What are the expectations and comparisons that go on in the family units? And we all know that growing up, we always say, or there's a saying that goes that civilization begins from the family. As a child born into life, your first point of civilization is your family. Today I have with me in the studio Miss Jennifer Okori. She's going to be joining me to discuss this amazing topic. Hello, Jennifer.
Hello, Maro.
Thank you for joining me on this amazing episode.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm pleased.
All right, so let's talk family unit.
Okay.
What is a family for you? What's a family unit?
Okay, I think virtually or technically, they say family is the smallest unit in I think a society.
Yeah.
Okay, but now I think virtually everybody says family is more of like not even blood related, depending on what the person is to you functionally and then thereabout. So I think it goes a long way on what family is.
Okay,
currently.
okay, all right. So let's go personal a bit. What is the dynamic growing up as a child? What's your family dynamic like?
Okay, I think firstly dynamic started from, okay, first of all, I'll say firstly started from my dad, what he wanted us to be, rather, like first of all he started with what he didn't get as a person, and then what he wanted his own family to be, and then what they should get and thereabout. So it started from like school was compulsory, you have to go, education was, it was not optional, it was something,
it was a must.
Yes, it was a must, not something of you have a choice of, oh,
deciding
yes,
to
no, you are going to school
and you must go to school. That
so
was I think that's a
imperative.
family expectations.
Yes, that was like a dynamic in my household. School, and school education.
Yeah, so everybody must go to school. I love me a family like the Okori family. You must go to school. There's some families that are nonchalant. If you want to go to school, if you don't want to go to school, that's on you. Some families are like that, but I love that your family growing up, your dad, as the head of the family, wanted you all to go to school, and he made sure to see through with that. And I'm aware that your youngest one now, he's now an undergraduate, right?
Yes, he is. So I'm
Interesting.
very, very, like, it's surprising. They just give birth to him which day, and then wow.
And then now he's
matriculation,
now an
and we're all like, okay, well.
That's interesting. That's interesting. All right, now we're going to delve into other sectors of family, because this segment will be talking on the expectations and the comparisons of the family units. We're talking all of that. What I mean by expectation is, growing up as a child, you know, our parents had these expectations. Like she said, her dad, you know, has this expectation. What he couldn't achieve as a person, as a young man growing up, he made it a point of importance to make sure that his family had that, which is education. I'm not saying that your dad did not have education, but for some parents that did not achieve some things growing up, they expect that their family must have that. So let's talk. How has it been? Let's talk generally now. How has it been? You know, knowing that your family, your parents, has this expectation of you all. How has that shaped your mindset? So who you are today?
Okay, I would say actually it has shaped me like very well. At least I think most times when I say my mates, right, I see a lot of difference, because although while we are growing up, it's annoying us, because I mean, you see sometimes, right? Students, some school was optional in the sense of, oh, today I'm not going, but my friend, you are going.
You must go.
You must go. And the thing really pissed us off. Like then, like, Jesus Christ, school just resumed today. My dad, you are going that day. And then some parents are like, no, 1 week, and when school resumed that first week, there's no point of going to school. And then we are going.
Like
exactly. And then we are going, and then this thing totally pisses us off. And then
like, people are not going to school,
like,
but why is it my own that? Why do I have to go to school?
There's no point. But then, growing up, you actually see these differences, right? You tend to see that, oh, that it's actually paid off, like career-wise. When you interact with these people, you see like their values and thereabouts. I think it also comes to where you work, right? Like now, I prioritize work the same way school was prioritized for me then.
For you then.
Yeah, so it has really shaped me. It has helped me. I don't think there is a day I just want to sit there and then I don't want to go to work. I always want to go, always want to be in attendance and thereabouts. So yeah, it has really shaped me.
Okay, so I was going to ask this question, but you've answered it. I was going to ask, in what ways do cultural and societal norms shape your lifestyle? And then you've answered that.
It has.
Okay, all right, let's talk still on family expectations. In what have you ever rebelled? Have you ever rebelled against? Because I know you, but let me ask this for our viewers to know and for our viewers to learn. Have you ever rebelled against your parents' expectations of you?
I think not really, because I think it came as like based on how my parents trained us, right? Yeah. There was no this whole like force. It must, like, how do I explain it? There was no this, you must be like this person.
Oh, okay, there was no comparison.
Yes, no, it wasn't there. So it was like, you are going to do this.
This is how.
Yes, this is how it's going. But you must do it. Yes, but there was no, oh, look at this person over there.
And then use this person as a
yes, there was no exactly. There was no yardstick for us to like. Okay, it was just like, okay, you're going to do this because it is right, and then this is going to help you and thereabouts. So that's basically it.
Okay, so I was coming there, but thank God you've taken me there. Family comparison. Yeah. I think it's almost becoming like a norm in some families, right? I understand that some families, some parents do that to, you know, want to make their children see the good side of what they're trying to say. Yeah. What I mean by that is some parents try to compare their children. Yeah. For some people, for some parents, for some African parents, let me use that word, for some African parents, they feel when they compare their children to a particular person that is seemingly doing well in society, they want to boost their child's morale to do like that person. Okay. Well, how was it for you? Because you have said now that growing up, it wasn't like that for your family at all. Your parents didn't have any reason to compare you. But put yourself in a child's case scenario where you were compared to somebody in the society. How do you think you would have handled that?
Okay, the truth is, when it comes to, like, I'll say comparison, this whole family comparison, it's a two-way something, right? Just the way they say there's an advantage to something and then there is a disadvantage. Yeah. So comparison, let's say, has both the advantage
and
and the bad side, right? So for the for the good side, yes, it kind of motivates you, right? To want to work harder. It kind of like open your world to this, but then I think it's more of a vice in the sense of it kind of kills
their morale,
like come on, exactly. I think for me, if my dad had kept, let me say, comparing me to this, that, I would like, come on, let's be sincere, there are some people we saw while growing up, they were really looking well and okay, and then now they deteriorated, right?
Yes.
So imagine I was being compared to that person,
exactly,
and then
they now choose to follow that
exactly.
person's path of life.
So if I should be coming down, how would my parents feel? So now it's for me, I don't work with that. I don't work with comparison. It's a killer for me. It's a very, very big deal breaker for me. So for children like that, I would say no, parents, no.
So this is a call out to parents that compare their children, because some parents feel that when they compare their children, they are, trying to motivate them to be like their mates, to be like their peers. But then in real sense, actually, we've all been children. We all passed that stage. In that phase of our lives, if you compare me to somebody, whether you agree to it or not, I'll start disliking the person.
Exactly.
And then you now see me beefing the person for no reason. The person did not do me anything, but I'm just beefing the person because they use it to compare me. So I'll start beefing. There are people till today that I still do not like. I've not had a personal interaction with them, but because I was compared to this person, or, I was placed side by side to this person growing up. I now have this I now had this silent beef with the person. So that has really shaped our mindset in a particular kind of. So we are calling out to parents that are used to comparing their children. Please and please, do not do it. Stop it. I understand that you want to motivate your children, you'd want to boost their morale, so to speak, but please and please, comparison is not the way to go. There are better ways to go about it. There are better ways to go about it. Okay, now we've touched on comparison with peers. Now let's talk on the family units. Growing up, I feel it was normal for parents to compare siblings.
So
can you not see your younger brother? The way your younger brother behaves, he does not eat and open his mouth while he's chewing. He does not do this. How does those comparisons
if it's on that note, on comparison, right? I think that one featured a lot in my house.
But don't, like we said now, like it makes you have a silent beef with somebody.
Yes.
Don't you think it makes you want to beef your sibling silently?
That's what I'm saying. I said you see that comparison. It's featured. It's like it literally featured so bad in my household that till today it's kind of working in. I don't have a good relationship with my elder sister because of this.
This comparison.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
And then some of my siblings, they don't also have that good relationship because of this whole comparison here and there. I think comparison was what it worked within my household rather than outside.
Okay.
They're like, this person.
Parents will compare you with your peers.
Yes, it was always inside. For a person like me, they will always say I'm a lazy child. I don't like it. Yes,
I can understand why.
Exactly. Meanwhile, I literally do not work well with stress. I want to do my things at my own pace. But my parents, they believe hard work has to do with physical strength, physical energy.
Actively active.
Exactly. Meanwhile, for me, I want to do it my own way. And then we are still going to end up on the same result, right? And then they're like, no, can't you see this person is strong. Look at you, me. I'm like, oh God. Please.
Sorry for the laugh.
No, it's actually funny.
Oh my goodness.
Really, it's very terrible. Like it's when I say it's working, I and my elder sister, we don't have a good relationship. Exactly.
It's not like she did anything personally to you. It's
no,
just she was
that comparison. Exactly. I think they also always compared her to me. Me as a younger one, they're always comparing like she's slim, right? And I'm not like I'm fat or anything, but I have more like body to that compared to her. And they're like, don't you see your sister? Look at her. Look at you. Like every single time she's like, oh
my God.
Exactly. It grew
I
as
didn't
a
see
beef.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, so little things, exactly. And I think recently my mom also did it. She was like,
look
at you. Look at how thin you are. You're slim, and then.
But is it your fault that you have the kind of body that you have?
Do our parents know that?
Oh my goodness.
Are they
parents, please.
Exactly.
Cut us some slack, okay?
Exactly.
Cut the children some slack, because comparisons, I understand that you'd want to motivate your children, you'd want to do all of that to boost their self-esteem, But we've seen more of the bad side than the good side, to be honest. Very few children will see that, okay, my mommy wants me to be like this person because of this good thing that this person is doing. But most people, most children will see that my mommy does not like me. She doesn't like me. She likes the other person more than me. She does not like me. And that was how it was for me growing up. If my mommy compares me with somebody, I'll just hate the person for no reason. The person is not doing anything, whether my sibling or not.
Exactly.
And, okay, now that will bring me to this question I'm about to ask you.
Yeah.
Growing up, because of the comparison, like you have said now, that the comparison within yourselves as siblings happen more than comparing you with your peers. So growing up, because you had comparisons with your siblings, do you think that, or would you want to say that your parents had a favorite child?
Me, I would always say, then I don't think I have to. For my dad, everybody was, I don't say, should I say equal? My dad saw everybody. But my mom, oh my God. My mom will always say she has a favorite child, which was her first child, her first son. It was always this person, or we would always say she likes her boys more than her girls, right?
Really?
Yes, because she's kind of more favorable to these persons. Like, I could call my mommy, please, give me 20,000. I don't have now, or will you manage 5,000? And then my brother will come from nowhere, and then it's like, mommy, please send me 50,000. And then why has this money? I'm like, okay.
Okay, so what's going on here?
Okay.
Is this a thing of favoritism?
Exactly. And then we, the girls, were like, we're going to do that with our dad too. If mommy is for the boys,
mommy was for the boys, and
then we're going to make daddy for the girls. But my dad didn't actually play. He didn't play to that, but that's what we were trying to. Okay, we just knew mommy is for the boys. It was a normal thing.
Okay, so if you were to give an advice to somebody, to a person, that went through that phase in life, what would your advice be?
Okay, I would say for me, I'll just like what I did, right? I'll say go at your own pace. It's something that has always worked for me, right? Go at your own pace. Like, forget about comparison with siblings, be it with your peers, be it with outsiders. Just be at your own pace, because trust me, it works very well. That patience, and then getting to not just being on your own pace, right? Getting to understand yourself is very important, because you can
knowing what you can
exactly
do, your capacity and all of
you
that.
Can be at your own pace, and then you don't know where you're going. You are just there,
just going
at the end. Exactly. But understanding yourself and then going at your own pace, trust me, it's going to give you as much as the same results as this other person you have been. It can even make you go higher or better than this person, but understand yourself and then go at the same pace. It's very important.
Interesting. All right. We still have a lot to unbox and to unpack in this segment. Let's go for this really quick break. We'll be right back.
At DSAG Engineering and Services, we anticipate, manage, and deliver. Since 2000, we have been a leading EPC company, ensuring customer satisfaction through quality service and timely delivery. With integrity, proficiency, and innovation at our core, we provide world-class solutions tailored to your needs. From engineering designs and construction to procurement, manpower outsourcing, and maritime supplies, DSAG delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services, anticipate, manage, deliver. At DSAG Engineering and Services, we anticipate, manage, and deliver. Since 2000, we have been a leading EPC company, ensuring customer satisfaction through quality service and timely delivery. With integrity, proficiency, and innovation at our core, we provide world-class solutions tailored to your needs. From engineering designs and construction to procurement, manpower outsourcing, and maritime supplies, DSAG delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services, anticipate, manage, deliver.
Welcome back, people. We are still talking on family expectations and comparison in the family units, because you don't want to miss out on what we discussed in our first segment. I still have with me in the studio my amazing guest, Jennifer Okori, who is helping me and joining me to dissect this family unit thing, comparison within family units and expectations amongst family units. So I'm going to ask you now, Jennifer. do you think that the comparisons within the family unit has affected the society at large in modern times?
Yeah, that is definitely, because I mean, from family, the next thing is society, right?
at large, yeah.
And then the family is what makes up the society. So definitely, what affects the family automatically affects the society. So yes, the comparison, the expectations it has leaked into the society, and it has affected the society in many ways. It has.
Interesting. Okay, we've touched a lot on comparisons. Now let's delve into expectations, family expectations. There are so many things that our parents expect from us. Growing up as a child, coming home with good grades, even though some of us, our brain cannot carry it. Coming home with good grades, they expect that you're making first. You should carry first. Jennifer, how was it for you growing up, and then you have your parents tell you, oh, you ought to be good in mathematics, you ought to be good in English language. How was it for you with all of those pressure?
With all of those pressure, I would say, like I said, I didn't really face that when it comes to education. But yeah, I think encouraging us, like the kids, it helped us. Like, I think till now, I would not say I'm good in mathematics. No,
Okay.
I don't like maths. I keep praying till day that when I get married, I'm going to screen my husband with, do you know maths?
Hey!
Because yes, you
because if you don't know
Yes,
maths, your husband should know maths.
Yes,
For
because
the kids.
really, who wants, if they should bring those
assignments,
square root
quadratic equation and the rest.
Exactly. How do you keep me? My brain will go blank. So
how do you cope? So
exactly.
your husband should know mathematics.
Do you
at
know
least.
maths? Very compulsory.
And if you don't know maths, you'll not marry.
Yeah, please. Either you are learning it or it's a criteria. I don't say it. That is a very important criteria, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So like I was saying, for me, I think I was more of encouraged.
Okay.
Yeah, I was.
You're not compared.
I was encouraged. Like, I think initially when it comes to school and all, I was from the bottom parts. I usually used to come from the bottom, and then gradually I
you
saw
were first from the back.
Yes, yes, because I mean, when
Who would have thought that this amazing, beautiful young lady today was once used to take the first position from the back.
From the back,
class.
like
Oh
I
my
was
goodness.
exactly.
So know Jennifer is know that she's a very intelligent young lady who's very industrious. She's making waves in the banking sector. She has made waves in different sectors, but currently she's making huge waves in the banking sector. And I'm simply impressed and simply encouraged to hear or to know that Jennifer was once a last agbekpo, so to speak.
Yes,
Growing
from
up.
the back.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, until date I looked and I'm like, you know what? It's possible. It has to do with you, your like friends you have around you, and then your family. Those things, they matter. They are key things in your life, right? I usually like I come from the bottom, very very bottom, and then gradually, when you show my dad your result, is like okay, you took this position, okay, next time can you take this one? What do you want? Like, he asked these questions. Is there anybody troubling you in school? Is there a reason this, that? And then you'd be like, oh, daddy, this is the reason. Oh, I'm sitting at the back. I can't see the board very well. That's the reason. And then next time he takes you to school, he's like, okay, put her in the front, blah, blah, blah. Oh, is this teacher troubling you? My dad is always ready for whatever teacher was troubling
That's
you.
a good daddy right there. Daddy.
Always, I think.
That's a good daddy. A good daddy that was always paying attention to his kids' welfare, because some parents don't care. Yeah, some parents will just tell you, they'll just yab you and tell you, oh, your mates are carrying first, they have 2 heads, why can't you carry? And they will not really want to know all of these details.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
really
then teachers didn't look forward to having my dad in school, because when they see this man, they're like,
he's always coming to correct them.
Yes, like my kids, my child, no, it doesn't play with these children at all, right? So like we were saying, it really helps, and thereabouts, like the comparison. I know my dad would always, advise you, and then the friends you kept also mattered. Like, also that's the thing about comparison, and then should I call it a policy of association? I think in government they call it a policy of assimilation and then association, right? Assimilation has to do more with force, and then association has to do more with interaction. I think I had more of opportunity with the policy of association, right? The friends I associated with, they were quite intelligent, very, very intelligent, and we'll always be like, wow. I think in my school they had this whole first third. They call every session and all, they call the first third and then the last third in each class. And then I always see these persons that they call first third. I'm like, wow. I also want my name to be mentioned one of these days.
With them.
Before you know, I started going into their circles, right? I started associating with them. I started going with them for 9th class, prepping with them, and then before you know, I started picking up. And then the next 2-3 times, I was called that first thought. I was like, come on,
you can do this, girl.
I can do this. And then before you know, I started beating these persons going forward, and that's how it has been for me. Association. I started like, I look at this circle, and I'm like, come on, this person has this better than me. Rather than envy or I start comparing.
You learn from them.
Exactly. I'm like, okay, come on, I'm eating from you. I'm going to be humble. I'm going to assimilate
from you.
Exactly in that aspect, in the good aspect. That's what really helped me.
Oh, okay.
Lot, yeah.
I think you've answered the next question I was going to ask, but I'm going to ask it anyway, and you still answer it anyway. What are the positive outcomes that comparison has done for you? Okay, now let's not talk your peers, because you said you were never compared to your peers. So now let's talk your family unit, because you said you were compared in your family unit. So while we understand that comparisons most times often come off on the bad side, it always shows up to be on negative side. Let's talk some good sides. Know how there will be some good sides of comparison. So what would you say are or where the comparisons where the positive outcomes, I beg your pardon, from the comparisons you got in your family units?
Okay. For me, I'll say the comparison, the positive part has to do with kind of like we said, comparison also to some persons it motivates them, while to some person it destroys them, right? I think for me it motivates me in the sense of, oh, there was this sibling that was let me say intelligent. Like I said, I was not really a book person. I was this whole mama puts play person, right? Play, and thereabout. And then there's this sibling that is quite very intelligent. I'm like, okay. Next thing, oh, this person's note is always up to date. Consider, do your notes. This person is, I'm like, okay. And then from there, that comparison.
So instead of actually, while you were beefing, you were still learning.
Yes, exactly. I was beefing. You too much. Exactly. But I was learning. I was actually learning. So yeah, it actually motivated me, and so far so good. Yeah, it has helped me. For my siblings, the other ones, you also saw that, oh, at least my sister, they do compare to me for eating. At least she has started eating to an extent. Yes, because you always compare.
So there are people that don't eat.
Yeah. See, when she's very slim. And then
knowing Jennifer personally, you know that I used to call her bird eater. She eats like a bird. I'm sorry to pull out your leg, but that is what it is. She eats like a bird. She can eat one plate of rice like 5 times in a day.
Exactly. Now imagine somebody
worse than me. Worse than how
in my house.
I don't want to imagine.
Exactly. And they're like, see this person eats, see her body, she's eating well, and then it's what motivates her now.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it does.
Interesting. Good to know that there are good sides, or there were some good sides for you growing up as a child. There were some good sides to learn from the comparisons you got from your parents within your siblings. All right, now let's talk expectations, family expectations. There are so many things that our parents expect from us. From our grades to, as a child, to the peers, the friends we keep. Your parents don't expect you to keep some kind of friends. From all of that to while growing up, you start working, or you get of age as an adult. You become an adult, you get of age, and they expect that you bring home a good man or a good girl to get married to, and then they expect you to start working and do some financial support in your house. How is it for you? How do you cope with the expectations your parents put on you? Jennifer, time don't they go? Do me you can't bring man, then you bring come for us. So do me you can't bring, I need grandchildren. Those expectations, do they really how do you handle it? Because I cannot imagine.
Okay. For that, I would say expectations is like Jesus Christ. Expectations.
How does it drive? What drive does it give you? Does it give you this pressure? Does it give you this unnecessary pressure, or it actually motivates you to be decisive of your partner? Does it drive you? What does it do for you?
Okay, for me, I feel, although say it's a two-way thing, right? Yes, honestly, because I would not lie, in the aspect of marriage, the expectation is too much. But really? Like Jesus Christ, that's there. Like, let me keep that aside, because really that's what I think I'm facing currently now.
Oh my goodness.
Like, okay, I'm leaving the group chat when it comes to that, right? the other expectation is, I feel for somebody to, let's say, to whom much is given, right? Much is expected. Currently, you don't expect, like my parents, they've gone through a lot, like training, giving the best education and all. Actually, they expect more, right? Yeah. It's like I think some days back or months back, there was this social media brouhaha about, some parents take their children as their investment.
Yeah.
And then some are like, exactly. And I'm like, okay, that's actually not
what
a,
it is.
yeah, it's what it is. Exactly.
That's exactly what it is. They invested.
Exactly. Exactly. It's just the truth. Like my dad would always say, he didn't care about building a house. He was prioritized on our education. As old as my dad, he doesn't. I think he just has his first heart, and he was just like, you know what, school, education. Yes. I am invested all in his kid, right? So for someone like that, invested all and all, what does he expect?
It's normal to expect.
Yes, it's normal. Like, I want my kids to have this good job. I want them to be here so that they can take care of me as I grow older, as I become, incompetent in some areas. So it's actually expected. That should not be something you want to, run about or debate. But there are some expectations like, marriage. Can you people just?
No, well, like you said.
I know.
Like you said, now our parents invested heavily on us. Yeah. Growing up, giving us good education, giving us good upbringing.
Yeah.
We expect that at some certain age, one of these days, by God's grace, to start paying off. When they get a good job and start taking care of them.
Yeah.
Which, by God's grace, for some of us, it has started.
Yeah.
It has begun. And then on the same vein, they still expect as my kids they work, so God, give them good husbands, give them good partners, so that I too will become a grandparent.
Yes.
I want to be a grandparent like others. Has all of these expectations shaped your thinking? Because I know that we will call it pressure. They're pressuring me. But I would want to believe that. For me, I would say it has shaped my mindset on the kind of partner to get.
Yeah.
My parents' expectation of me, or of the kind of partner I should have, or my parents' expectation of me of getting a partner, the onus is now on me to get not just anybody.
Yeah.
A good partner. Somebody that I will not just bring and say, okay, because I'm being pressured to marry, just come and do my marriage, let's go. I now have, the onus is now on me to decide the right from the wrong. Not just anybody that comes. You now have the choice to make the right decision.
Okay.
For some people, they feel pressured, because they're under pressure. Their parents are pressuring them to, bring a partner and do all of that.
Yeah.
Some people just get pregnant, just want to do any kind of thing. But for some people, for myself especially, I'll say that it's I don't like the pressure.
I don't
like the pressure, but it's like you said, what has a good side has a bad side.
Exactly.
The good side of it is it makes me conscious, and it makes me, look out for somebody that is good, a good partner to want to spend the rest of my life with, because I'm the one who's going to get married, not my parents.
Exactly.
So that pressure is only going to make me, decide on what I want for myself. All right. But then on the bad side, the pressure
exactly. Sometimes
and worse, like
exactly. So this pressure like makes you not to look out. Exactly. Look out. Exactly. Next thing is marriage. Oh, my parents are talking about
that. We'll come back to this marriage talk. Let's go on this very quick break. We'll be right back.
At DSAG Engineering and Services, we anticipate, manage, and deliver. Since 2000, we have been a leading EPC company, ensuring customer satisfaction through quality service and timely delivery. With integrity, proficiency, and innovation at our core, we provide world-class solutions tailored to your needs. From engineering designs and construction to procurement, manpower outsourcing, and maritime supplies, DSAG delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services, anticipate, manage, deliver. At DSAG Engineering and Services, we anticipate, manage, and deliver. Since 2000, we have been a leading EPC company, ensuring customer satisfaction through quality service and timely delivery. With integrity, proficiency, and innovation at our core, we provide world-class solutions tailored to your needs. From engineering designs and construction to procurement, manpower outsourcing, and maritime supplies, DSAG delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services. Anticipate, manage, deliver.
Welcome back, guys. We're still on family expectations and family comparisons within the family unit. All right, so we have a lot to say. We have been saying a lot. We still have quite some points to push out. And my amazing guest here, Jennifer, off camera, some of the good and bad sides of family expectations, especially when it comes to this marriage of a thing. So Jennifer,
In quotes. In quotes.
Yes,
marriage, right?
Yeah.
Like I always say, go at your pace and understand yourself. I think these days my parents have been like, oh, they want grandkids. Like, I think our last one just entered school and then they're lonely in the house, right? Just my dad
So you want grandkids?
and my mom. And then the next thing is grandkids. And then which day, I think yesterday, my mom is like, oh, if she had known, she would have just born one, saved out. I'm like, Mommy, you have 7 already. Come on, 1? And I'm like, yes. And I'm like, oh, that one will not go to school too, right? I'm like, she's like, oh, yeah.
Well, that one is growing up, you must have given her grandkids.
And you try, where? If you and your husband, you both should go and give birth. Yes. Because she's like, oh, they want grandkids. My dad is like, you both should do. I'm like, okay, don't worry. But then, I'd always ask her, do you want, like, do you prefer the one of you jump in
and jump out?
You're coming out the next how many years, and all you prefer?
You take your time.
You take your time. But then, like we've said backstage, that you can marry late. Say you want to take all the time, have time in the world, and then still marry wrong. Exactly.
Double punishment.
Exactly. You're shooting yourself on the leg, right?
Yes.
It can also happen. Like it actually depends, right? It's fine if you have somebody, go ahead. But for me personally, for now, I don't know. It's not. I feel it's kind of limiting to an extent, right? For someone that wants to pursue this whole career, something, and then the next thing is you are giving yourself this whole landmark of, oh, I need to get married before this, that, and then before you know, you're not well focused on your career, right? You're not like in total your career. You're not. Oh, this is the next thing you are thinking here. No, it's a red flag for me. It's a no. So I'm going to take it. For me, I'm going to take it gradually. For you, if you think it's something you want to beat up on, then there's no problem. Just go at your own pace and thereabouts. So that's just it for, marriage and all.
Okay, all right. There's a lot going on here, guys. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot of tension in the air. I can literally cut it to this. All right, so what would you say that family expectations now, not for you personally now, let's talk the society at large. Would you say that these family expectations that our parents put on the children, parents put on their children, would you say, or how would you say it has affected people negatively on the negative side?
Yeah, I think this whole family stuff, right? It has, like, should I say 80 to 90% affected people, because because speaking of the whole popular is it what they call it? Is it Yahoo or whatever? What's the name exactly? Look at what's happening, right?
Yeah.
I think nowadays you hear people of 10 years old, they are being enrolled into HK. Like at this time, 10 years old. 10 years old should be in JSS1 or primary 6 there, but they are being enrolled. They're like, okay, school has come, like, come on. School has scam and thereabout, like it's affecting the society. You see people expecting more. That's brought about ritual, the whole killings, kidnapping. Like, come on, you are saying a 16 years old riding a Benz. For where did you get the money?
Exactly. So expectations from families. I would want to believe that expectations from families drive these people out to do both legal and illegal things.
Exactly.
I, for one, it wasn't expectations that drove me out to start working early. It was just my thing. I just wanted to have my own cash. I didn't wanted to. I've always been like this, wanting to have my own thing.
Yeah.
But for some people, in society at large, The expectations from their family.
It's too much.
By this age, I'm not supposed to feed you. By this age, I'm not supposed to buy things for house. And all of that. So that's why, that's why you see people go out there to do both legal and illegal things.
Yeah.
They do both. You see kidnappings on increase.
Yeah.
Ritualism on increase.
Girls selling themselves.
Internet frauds on increase. Girls selling themselves on increase.
Like
so many things are on the increase. And now that has brought me to this question. If there's somebody you know on a personal level,
okay,
that has veered off in terms of getting it right in society because of the family pressure, because of the expectations that the parents expect from her or him, what would be your encouragement? What would be your advice to such a person?
Okay, one thing is, like, I think my own personal motto in life is follow your pace and Jesus. Just yes, I believe in, you know, taking your time. Like, I think some years back I had somebody that committed suicide. Someone I personally know. Yes, she, like, NYC, right?
Oh my God.
You know, the whole expectations. I think it's now, it has even like died down. Whereas as soon as you're coming back from NYC, you're coming to your husband, you're leaving your father's house, and, you know, shoo away. And then I think years back, she's like, although she was my senior, but I heard she committed suicide, and she was like, okay, what happened? And she was already wrapping up NYC, right? And then the panic of she didn't save enough. There was no guy in the picture. She has to go back home, and then she knows what the family will start saying, the pressure and all. She like did that to herself. You understand? So things like that, it has really affected. And then what I always say is, go at your pace, know what you want, right? As a person, what do you want? I want to be here in so and so time. I want to be this. Like, just go at your pace and then be ready to take the step by step process. Some people, they just want to climb step 1 and then they stretch
jump to step 10.
Exactly, to step 10. How is that possible? No, like, just be ready to, you know, follow that step 1, 2, and then on and on and on. Before you know, you are there. You've met the person, you are at that stage, you are there. So just, I would always say, go at your pace, understand yourself, and do your thing. That really, it works a lot.
It may, even the Bible says, do it may tarry.
Yeah.
But it will eventually happen.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then, in our local parlance, we'll say, no matter how stammerer sikokorish, it goes to call it.
Exactly.
So no matter how long it will take, no matter how long the delay is, you'll eventually get there.
Yeah.
So do not let this pressure you
at all.
Do not let these expectations deter you from doing the right thing and doing it at your pace, because there's nothing as sweet and as accomplishing as getting it right
exactly
at the right time, because in it you actually never can tell that the time you're getting it is even the right time or the wrong time. For our parents that say, oh, you're getting old, you get old, what if it's not my destiny to get married at this age that
exactly
what if it's my destiny to get married at a late age, God forbid. But what if
I mean, there are persons that go, is it this lady, is it Rita Dominic? I mean, you can see she's happy, right? You can see the glow and all. I mean, we're not encouraging it, right? But I mean, what if there's this magic if? What if?
That what if is there? That what
it's
very,
there.
Very important.
Don't play with it.
What if it's not my time? What if it's not meant for me? People are going this way, doesn't mean I should go that way. People are doing this, doesn't mean I should do that. What if it's actually not my thing?
Do what works for you.
Do you?
If it works for you, if it's your thing, do it. If it's not, go at your pace. That's it. Just understand yourself. It's the most important thing.
Okay. All right. Growing up, what was your coping mechanism? How did you cope? So, how did you cope to this family expectation? And even now, how are you still coping? How are you staying sane to these family expectations that your parents have of you?
Honestly, I think I just have to. I don't play with my peace, right? There's I think it's one of my watchword, peace. I don't play with it. So no matter what, if there's any expectation coming from here, there's any pressure coming from here, you know what?
I know where I'm going.
I'm here right now.
Yeah,
just lock out.
That's all that matters.
When I'm done, okay, hello, I'll tend to you. I'm not the kind of person that multitasks really well or that can deal with a lot of pressure coming in at the same time, right? Because I've started understanding myself that, oh, this is how I work best, this is how I perform best, how I look best, right? So, you know, I take it step by step. I come to you at this time, you come to me at this time. I've just step by step from, I knew at like a younger age, I didn't know this, right? Maybe it dealt with me and lot, but now I'm taking it step by step. We only live, I always say we only live once. Yes.
Yeah, nobody has
After, exactly. You see some persons having how to live, like, have you lived before?
Hey, have you been here before?
Have you been on X before? Come
Who
on.
told you that what you're doing is doing the right
Life
thing?
coach.
Exactly.
And it's your first time on Earth. Life coach, come on.
Yeah.
So do what works for you. You can read these books, you can take advices from there, but then understand you and do what works for you. It has really been my coping mechanism from.
Okay, all right, let me go personal a bit.
Yeah.
How has these expectations pushed you in a positive way? Like, what are the milestones that you have achieved? What are the positive milestones you've achieved that you would say, okay, I'm doing this today because, yeah, I know I'm supposed to be here, but the expectations my parents have of me is what has driven me, or is what has pushed me to be where I am today. What are those key milestones that you want to point out so that viewers can learn and we also can learn and be motivated?
Okay, I'll say, everyone would always claim, or they will always assume. So I'm claiming I am not there yet, but at least
they are going.
I'm moving. I think so far so good. I have worked in quite a number of places. Like, I think there was this time when I finished NYC, there was no job. I was pressured. I went into this before, I came out 2-3 months time, went into this other job. I was not patient with myself, right? Went into this other job. I didn't know there were scams. I pulled out, and then I waited for months before I was able to work in a radio station, right? And then there, it really helped me. My parents kept encouraging me, oh, I know you have not gotten the job yet, your dream job, or what you want to be. I mean, I read theater arts, but I mean, today where am I? I'm in the finance, like the financial sector.
She's a big babe, in the banking
very,
sector.
very wonderful. Like, I read theater arts, and come on,
sector.
I'm in finance, and everybody are like, what are you doing here? How is that possible? I'm like,
Nigeria happened.
Nigeria happened, and it happened really well to me. I would say it happened really well, and then actually I'm still not seated there because really forward ever. Yes, there are places to be. I mean, the truth is, when you meet this set of persons and then you start hearing about this, like, you're like, what?
Oliver, please ask for more.
Like,
keep wanting more.
Come on, there is more to this. You mean people are, and I'm like, okay, start dusting your bags, start getting ready.
Yes, you never stop searching.
Exactly, but then don't play with what you have here. Don't ever underestimate the experience you are having here. Exactly, because you are going to need it there. So far so good. Yeah, I've reached a milestone to an extent. I mean, I just got started.
Yeah, she just started. Mark this face. You'll see this face.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, okay, so before let's talk how we aspire to be parents someday, right?
Yeah.
How would you handle expectations in your children? Because it's normal for our parents or people to expect
from their kids.
So how would you handle, do you think that you would handle expectations on your kids when they grow up, or when you get there?
This day or two, I think about when I have kids, I'm like, okay, what hand am I going to? Am I going to use iron hands?
Do you even have an iron hand?
Don't, see, not physical, but trust me. You see that iron hand, our parents used for us.
You must use it.
Oh, we're going to, like, the European ways where you just use words of mouth, right? I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm combining both. If you say you're not going to hear words,
you hear
hand. Like you're going to hear words.
Yes.
Yeah, you are. So I'm going to. Yes.
Is it that you hear word or you hear
Yes,
word?
because I expect a lot from you. I'm not going to. I'm not going to produce nonsense by the grace of God. You will not say, Jennifer's kids for what?
Jennifer that we know.
That we know. Are you sure that's your mother? For what? No.
Because you were not raised that way.
Exactly.
So you were saying that the same hand the same what's the word now? The same way you grew up.
Yeah.
The kind of upbringing you had.
Yeah.
In terms of discipline.
Yes,
is the same kind of way you bring up your kids.
I would,
and you'll expect from them too, the way your parents are expecting of you.
Yes.
So it's actually not so bad our
No.
parents are expecting of us.
No, it's not so bad.
But it's just the pressure.
Yeah, it's depending on the parents. I mean, some expect way too much. You've not invested anything, and then you're expecting. So just bring you into this earth. They just give it to you, and they're expecting.
Yeah, well, I would say a parent expects too much, even though they do. I don't think a parent does not do so much to expect.
They are.
There are
parents that yes, they are parents that like they are. Take for example in our community right now, there's some dads that you know they're not present in your life, and they're like. After all, when she grows up, she'll come and look for me when she wants to get married, because without me being there's something. Okay.
Get married.
Is that not an expectation?
We'll finalize this when we get back. Let's go on this really quick break. We'll be right back.
At DSAG Engineering and Services, we anticipate, manage, and deliver. Since 2000, we have been a leading EPC company, ensuring customer satisfaction through quality service and timely delivery. With integrity, proficiency, and innovation at our core, we provide world-class solutions tailored to your needs. From engineering designs and construction to procurement, manpower outsourcing, and maritime supplies, DSAG delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services, anticipate, manage, deliver. At DSAG Engineering and Services, we anticipate, manage, and deliver. Since 2000, we have been a leading EPC company, ensuring customer satisfaction through quality service and timely delivery. With integrity, proficiency, and innovation at our core, we provide world-class solutions tailored to your needs. From engineering designs and construction to procurement, manpower outsourcing, and maritime supplies, DSAG delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services, anticipate, manage, deliver.
Welcome back, guys. We're still on family expectations and comparisons in the family unit. On the couch is a relaxable segment where we discuss and we, just talk about everything and anything. We could talk, like today we're talking family, we could talk politics, we could talk relationships, lifestyle, anything. And we expect to see our comments from you on our social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube. Like, share, subscribe. If you have not followed us, please follow, and so we'll know where you're watching us from. On this topic, we'd love to know what your take is. What is that family expectation that is eating you up? What's that family comparison that you were compared to when you were growing up, or that you are still being compared to growing up, and it's taking a heavy toll on you? Would want to know it in the comment section. And my guest here with me, she's been dissecting it with me. Jennifer, she's been dissecting this topic very well with me, and we're talking about a deadbeat dad, an absentee father. You were not in a child's growing up, you're not in a child's life while the child was growing up, but now you expect so much from the child. How will that child handle that kind of expectation from you as a father? So Jennifer, you were saying something.
Okay, I would like say, I think we're talking more of expectations, right?
Yes.
What parents expect, like you're an absentee father, right?
And then you don't
exactly, you don't contribute. I think these days they just allow single mothers be, and then I think particularly in this locality, there's this whole thing of they can't pay a child's bride price, the girl's bride price, whatever, without the father, and then they're like, you know what?
When it's time for her to get married,
she's coming. Exactly. I think some mom even do that. They say, "Mama na mama." Anywhere you go, they will come and look for me. Like, oh God, there is nothing that's like aches me more than that, honestly. And I'm like, okay, no problem. And then one thing, let me just say, I like nowadays is what we, my age group, or should I say peer, are doing. We don't. I would not say we don't send, right? But energy for energy. If you're if you're in my life, yes, eba for eba. If you're in my life, worthy to note there. But if you're not, maybe after the diary, bam, it ends there and out and away from my life. That's what. Yes, that's what a lot of women, girls are doing these days. Even boys and everything. You cannot just be, I know sometimes, it's not really their fault, right? There are some that the parents had to split, had to divorce, and then there were like certain reasons why they had to separate. Well, that's on a separate note. But knowing fully where this person left, come on, no.
Just up and leave.
Like,
because
no.
there are people like that. They are, I would love to call them irresponsible.
Very responsible.
Like that, they just up and leave, and they don't care whatever consequences that it is. They don't really care about their children's upbringing, their welfare, growing up. But then somehow in life, you expect them to call you father, you expect them to call you mother.
Take care of you. Yeah, that's why I said some mothers are like that.
And then you have these expectations. Oh, my child should be of this age now. I expect her to get married and then
mama na mama, papa na papa.
We don't encourage that right here. And we understand that in most cases, from what we've seen, statistics have shown that comparisons and expectations drive people mainly to the negative side of life. They usually say, oh, I was pressured to do this. It was because of pressure from my parents, or because of pressure from, that's why they do the bad things. Say, for instance, we have young people that are in different streams of life, that in different parts of life now, having funny streams of income these days.
Exactly.
And you ask them and they tell you, oh, I left home to feed home. You not leave any home to feed any home.
Mama said
Mama said I'm
gonna. Come on.
No, please. There are some people that, they're out there because of the pressure that they got from home. They got that pressure and the expectations and comparisons. Oh, your mate is doing this, go and do it. Your mate does not have two heads. No, it's not your mate that is doing this. You too, you can do it. In some cases, it actually encourages them.
Yeah.
But in most cases,
negative
side. It usually does negative side to them. And then that's where you now see young boys, like you mentioned, young boys that are not even up to the age of 18. They are driving exotic cars and doing all sorts and having outrageous amounts in their account balances. And you'll be wondering, what is this child doing? What is this child doing with this amount? How did this child get this amount? And then unfortunately, there are parents that encourage these children to do that. There's some parents that even take their children to where these things are done and say, please teach my child. Teach my child.
Under your
other people are doing it, my child too should do it.
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't know why people do that. I don't know why parents do that. But please, do not do that. It's eating deep into our society, because from your family, it's eating deep into the society, and thereby it's spreading like wildfire. In this generation, you hardly see people with genuine source of income. Even those that have genuine source of income, they still have something they do behind closed doors that nobody knows.
Not all though.
All of this, some though. Some of them, they have something that they do behind closed doors. You see someone that has a laundromat. The person is a dry cleaner, but you see the person driving Benz. Come on, we know.
But on that note, right? I think I'm going to bring this whole personal note inside. Take for example for me, right? Should I say I'm lucky, or in the sense of I got into the financial sector, right? And I was given a position that somebody that has worked in the bank for, like, the person has worked in the bank for 20 years. Like, it took them 20 years to get up to that position. Some are in their...
The luck found you.
Yeah. Some are in their 50s. I think
would you say luck found you, or you merited it?
I merited it, actually. Because I think my BM had to call me, my supervisor, my whatever. He had to call me. I'm like, come, you are just how old? And do you know it took gray hairs to get here? Yeah, you always tell me. And he usually refers to me as Gen Z. Like, it took gray hairs to enter this particular place. And I'm like, okay, sir. I mean, it's not like something I went to do in Legatin. I merited it. I worked for it, actually, right? So they're actually legit source of incomes. There are some persons that they've been hustling, they've been bustling, they know where they're going to. Some are legit, whereas yes, you have some that are mixed of both the legit income and then the illegal. So yeah, and actually there are some persons that they are quite young, but they have legit.
They're getting it right.
Yeah, they're getting it
right. Some people are young and getting it. Some people are young, they're not getting it. Or, the pressure to want to.
We keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want. Watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network. This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want. Watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network. This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want. Watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network.
Hello, welcome to Business Update. I am Fred O'Neill. These are the stories on the hour. Now, Nigeria's two leading telecommunications giants, MTN and Airtel, have reported a record-breaking combined revenue of over 3.6 trillion naira from data services alone in 2025. According to the latest audited financial reports, the data boom has officially dethroned traditional voice calls as the primary engine of growth for the industry. MTN Nigeria led the surge, generating an unprecedented 2.8 trillion naira from data for the year ended December 31, 2025. This represents a staggering 74.5% increase compared to the 1.6 trillion naira recorded in the previous year. MTN's CEO Carl Toriola attributed this performance to a 34% spike in total data traffic, with the average subscriber now consuming approximately 13.1 gigabytes of data every month. For Airtel Nigeria, they mirrored this trajectory, raking in 838.6 billion naira in data revenue for its 9-month reporting period. Now, this reflects a 67.4% growth from the 500.8 billion naira posted in the same period of 2024. For Airtel's data usage per customer, it also climbed significantly, reaching 10.7 gigabytes per month, bolstered by a surge in smartphone penetration, which now stands at over 54% for their network. Now, industry analysts point to a structural transformation in the Nigerian market, driven by an insatiable appetite for short-term video content and the adoption of 4G and 5G services. While a tariff reset implemented early last year contributed to the revenue figures, the underlying driver remains the volume of the consumption. The report highlights that Nigerians consumed a total of 13.25 million terabytes of data in 2025, a massive leap from the 9.76 million terabytes consumed in 2024. Now, with both operators now extracting more value per SIM card, the telecommunications sector has emerged as a red bright spot in the corporate recovery of 2026. MTN Nigeria specifically turned around the previous year of losses to post a historic 1.1 trillion naira profit after tax, a feat that underscores the immense profitability of the country's digital transition. Now, in a major move to bolster Nigeria's technological sovereignty and national security, the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has directed the immediate release of approved funds for the maintenance of the country's orbital assets. The President issued this directive on Tuesday during the first meeting of the National Space Council at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. Represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, the President emphasized that Nigeria can no longer afford to watch the new frontier unfold from the sidelines. He underscored that space technology is no longer a luxury, but the fundamental foundation for modern cybersecurity and a vibrant digital economy. Now, beyond maintenance, the President has also approved the cost for the implementation of a revised 25-year roadmap for Nigeria's national space policy. This roadmap, which is being forwarded to the Federal Executive Council, includes the ambitious procurement of 4 new satellites. These include 3 high-resolution optical platforms and 1 synthetic aperture radar satellite, which is capable of day and night imaging. According to NASRDA Director General Dr. Matthew Adepoju, these new assets are specifically aimed at boosting maritime surveillance, precision agriculture, and early warning systems for natural disasters. President Tinubu further directed the Space Agency to strictly enforce regulations under the NASRDA Act 2010, particularly regarding spectrum management. He ordered all ministries, departments, and agencies, as MDAs, as well as private sector stakeholders, to comply with the National Space Regulatory Framework. The administration projects that the proper regulation and licensing, Nigeria's space sector could eventually generate over $200 billion annually. The President concluded his remarks by stating that this investment is about serving the farmer in the field, the soldier on duty, and the policy maker who must plan with evidence rather than guesswork. Now, Pioneer Indigenous Fast Food Chain Tantalizers PLC has officially rebounded into profitability for the 2025 financial year. According to the audited financial results released on Wednesday, the company reported a net profit of 83.6 million naira, a dramatic reversal from the 302 million naira loss recorded in the previous year. This recovery comes as the brand undergoes a strategic restructuring aimed at reclaiming its market share in an increasingly competitive urban landscape. The company's revenue for the year ended December 31, 2025, reached 1.29 billion naira, representing a staggering 100% increase from the 645.1 million naira generated in 2024. This growth was driven by a combination of menu diversification, a push into digital delivery services, and the reopening of several key outlets in high-traffic metropolitan areas. The financial breakdown shows that while administrative expenses rose to 384 million naira, reflecting higher operational costs and inflationary pressures, the company managed to generate a robust gross profit of 462.4 million naira. This improved efficiency allowed the firm to achieve an operating profit of 134.1 million naira before tax considerations. Market observers note that Tantalizer's rebound is particularly noteworthy given the significant headwinds facing the hospitality industry, including high energy costs and fluctuating food prices. The company's management has attributed its success to a back-to-basics strategy focused on quality control and the expansion of its franchise model. With its total assets now valued at 3.49 billion naira, the company is signaling a period of renewed expansion. This result marks the first time in several reporting cycles that the brand has posted a comprehensive profit, providing a clear indication that the legacy fast food giant is successfully navigating the complexities of the current economic environment. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has solidified a strategic partnership with the National Orientation Agency and the FCCPC to strictly enforce the ban on sachet alcohol. The Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, announced the interagency collaboration in Abuja, emphasizing that the grace period for manufacturers and distributors has officially expired. The ban specifically targets alcoholic beverages packaged in sachet and PET or glass bottles smaller than 200 ml. According to the agency, these pocket-sized drinks have become a major driver of alcohol abuse among vulnerable groups, including underage students and commercial vehicle operators. Under this new enforcement framework, the National Orientation Agency, led by Director General Lanre Isa Onilu, will spearhead a massive grassroots sensitization campaign to educate the public on the health risks associated with these products. Simultaneously, the FCCPC will monitor retail markets to ensure that prohibited items are removed from shelves, while NAFDAC's Enforcement Directorate will carry out nationwide raids on production facilities and warehouses. Professor Adeyeye noted that the decision follows the recommendations of a multi-sectoral committee that included the Federal Ministry of Health and the Association of Food, Beverage and Tobacco Employers. She stated that the goal is not to stifle business, but to eliminate the ease of access that facilitates addiction and contributes to rising road accidents and social vices. Manufacturers found in violation of the ban will face immediate factory seals and heavy administrative fines. The agency warned that any stock of sachet alcohol found in the open market will be confiscated and destroyed without compensation. This unified front marks the most significant regulatory push to date to sanitize the Nigerian liquor market and prioritize public health over industrial output. Now, while a surge in global oil prices historically signaled a windfall for the Nigerian Treasury, economic analysts are warning that the current price rally is no longer an opportunity for the nation, but rather a burgeoning fiscal crisis. As Brent crude prices climb toward new peaks driven by geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, the traditional gains for Nigeria are being neutralized by a combination of stagnant domestic production and the high cost of imported refined fuels. Despite the recent optimization of local refineries, Nigeria continues to face significant challenges in meeting its OPEC production quotas due to persistent pipeline vandalism and technical divestments in the Niger Delta. This production gap means the country is unable to export enough volume to truly benefit from the high price per barrel. Furthermore, because the domestic price of petrol and diesel remains sensitive to international benchmarks, the rise in crude prices is translating directly into higher landing costs for fuel. For the average metropolitan residents, this means increased transportation fares and a spike in the cost of moving food and goods, further fueling the headline inflation rate. Market experts point out that the current high price environment actually widens the fiscal deficit as the government faces mounting pressures on foreign exchange reserves to fund fuel imports. Analysts from several investment firms suggest that until Nigeria can consistently exceed its production targets and achieve full sufficiency in refining, higher oil prices will remain a net negative for the economy, driving up the cost of living in cities like Lagos and Abuja without providing the corresponding revenue to cushion the blow. Now, this report concludes that the only true opportunity lies in aggressive diversification and the urgent repair of midstream infrastructure to ensure that Nigeria can eventually process its own wealth rather than just watching its value rise on global screens. All right, we'll take a moment to look at the foreign exchange, how the Naira is doing in the business sector, because the Nigerian Naira has hit a fresh low in the official window, closing at 1,390 naira 96 kobo against the US dollar as it extends a troubling 2-week losing streak. Now, data from the FMDQ Securities Exchange shows that the local currency depreciated by nearly 1.3% in a single trading session on Tuesday, retreating from the 1,373 naira recorded on Monday. Now, this persistent decline comes despite various interventions by the Apex Bank, the CBN, aimed at stabilizing the foreign exchange market and improving liquidity. Now, market volatility was highly evident during the session, with the Naira hitting an intra-day high of 1,450 Naira and, of course, a low of 1,285 Naira, showcasing a widespread that reflects ongoing uncertainty among traders and corporate buyers. Now, while the daily market turnover saw a significant boost, rising to $193.5 million compared to just over $110 million in the previous session, the increased supply was insufficient to meet the surging demand for the greenback. As the official rate inches closer to the parallel market figures, all eyes remain on the CBN's next move regarding interest rates and liquidity management. Gold prices have staged a significant rebound in the international market today as investors move aggressively towards safe haven assets amid the deepening conflict in the Middle East. Following a period of relative stagnation, the precious metal saw a sharp uptick in demand after the latest reports of airstrikes in Tehran and retaliatory drone launches against regional targets. In early trading on Wednesday, spot gold rose by over 1%, reclaiming ground lost during the previous week's market correction. Now, it is noted that whenever geopolitical stability in the Persian Gulf is compromised, gold becomes the primary refuge for capital, as it is viewed as a reliable store of value when currencies and equities face extreme volatility. The surge is not merely a reaction to military movements, but also a response to the potential disruption of global energy corridors. With the Strait of Hormuz facing a blockade and oil prices fluctuating, the threat of stagflation, low growth combined with high inflation, that's what it means, is driving hedge funds and, of course, institutional investors into major cities to increase their gold holdings. Now, as military rhetoric intensifies between the US, Israel, and Iran, the fear factor in the markets is expected to keep the bullion market in high demand, potentially testing new all-time highs before the end of the fiscal quarter. All right, we'll take a break now. When we return, it will continue.
Welcome to Dursag Engineering and Services Limited.
It will continue.
A trusted name in the oil and gas industry, proudly registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission since the year 2000. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our head office is strategically located at 43 Airport Road, Warri, Delta State, Nigeria. At Dursag, our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, both local and highly trained expatriate personnel. Engineering services across civil, electrical, instrumentation, and mechanical works. Construction and fabrication works. Specialized procurement and supply. Operations and maintenance services. And integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. We are proud partners to some of the industry's leading players, including NNPC and its subsidiaries, Seplat Petroleum, First Hydrocarbon Nigeria Limited, ND Western, Saipem Contracting Nigeria Limited, and Lee Engineering and Construction, among others. Over the years, we have successfully executed manpower, EPC, and marine support projects with a strong record of excellence. At Dursag Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. Dursag Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Update. And Nigeria's Business Confidence Index has surged to a record high of 117.2 points for the month of February 2026. This latest data, released in the Central Bank of Nigeria's monthly business expectations survey, represents the highest level of optimism recorded since the inception of the index. The jump from the 108.4 points recorded in January indicates a growing belief among corporate leaders that the nation's macroeconomic reforms are beginning to yield tangible results. The survey, which sampled over 1,500 business enterprises across the country, reveals that the manufacturing sector remains the most optimistic, buoyed by improved access to raw materials and a slight stabilization in energy costs. The telecommunications and information technology sectors also posted high confidence scores, largely driven by the massive data revenue growth reported by major operators earlier this week. Now, economists attribute this record-breaking surge to several factors, primarily the increased liquidity in the foreign exchange market and the administration's recent directives on infrastructure funding. Now, despite the overall optimism, many CEOs in the transportation and logistics sectors expressed caution regarding the impact of international oil price volatility on domestic operating costs. Nevertheless, the 117.2-point milestone suggests that the prevailing sentiment in Nigeria's boardrooms is one of expansion rather than contraction. If this momentum is sustained through the end of the first quarter, there will be a stronger than expected GDP growth rate for the first half of 2026, providing a much needed boost to the government's fiscal agenda. The National Inland Waterways Authority, NIWA, has entered into a landmark partnership with the Alliance Group to transform the nation's marine tourism landscape. Now, the collaboration aims to shift the perception of Nigeria's waterways from being purely transit corridors for cargo and commuters to becoming premium destinations for domestic and international tourism. Speaking at the official unveiling of the partnership in Lagos, the managing director of NIWA, Moniruddin Oyebamiji, emphasized that the blue economy represents an untapped goldmine that can significantly diversify the country's revenue base. The partnership framework focuses on several key pillars, primarily the development of world-class waterfront infrastructure, including boutique resorts, standardized jetties, and recreational parks along the major waterways. Alliance, bringing its expertise in private sector investment and hospitality management, will work with NIWA to identify and develop high-potential sites in metropolitan hubs like Lagos, Port Harcourt, and the confluence city of Lokoja. Crucially, the initiative includes a robust safety overhaul, and to attract high net worth tourists and families, NIWA and Alliance are deploying advanced surveillance technology and increasing the frequency of water patrols to ensure that the waterways are secure from both criminal activity and navigational hazards. By integrating water-based leisure with Nigeria's rich cultural heritage, the NIWA Alliance move is positioned to create a new urban lifestyle that capitalizes on the natural beauty of the country's vast aquatic resources. Now, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has officially arraigned two officials of FSDH Merchant Bank, before a federal high court in Lagos over an alleged foreign currency fraud involving hundreds of thousands of dollars and euros. The defendants, identified as Bridget Onwuji and Adiola Soremekun, appeared before Justice Nicholas Owebo on a multi-count charge bordering on conspiracy, forgery, and the fraudulent conversion of bank customers' funds. According to the EFCC prosecution, the duo allegedly used their positions within the financial institution to divert a total of $306,667 and £50,250 for their personal gain. Okay, I take that again, 50,250 euros. The court heard that the defendants purportedly forged internal bank documents and signatures to facilitate the unauthorized withdrawal and transfer of these foreign currencies from the accounts of unsuspecting clients. These actions, which the EFCC states took place over a period of several months, were eventually uncovered through an internal audit and a subsequent petition to the anti-graft agency. During the proceedings, the defendants pleaded not guilty to all charges read to them. The defense counsel argued for the bail of the bank officials, citing their status as employees who were ready to face the legal process. However, the EFCC prosecutor requested that the court remand the defendants in correctional facility pending the commencement of the trial and the verification of their bail applications. This case has sent ripples through the Lagos Financial District, serving as a stark reminder of the ongoing scrutiny by regulators and law enforcement to maintain the integrity of Nigeria's banking sector. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAAN, has reiterated its stance on the strict enforcement of a cashless payment policy across all federal airports, citing the need to eliminate manual interference and block significant revenue leakages. The managing director of FAAN, Mrs. Olubunmi Kuku, confirmed that the transition to a full digital payment ecosystem is no longer optional, but a mandatory directive for all stakeholders, service providers, and travelers. This enforcement primarily targets high traffic revenue points, including airports, car parks, cargo documentation centers, and access gates, where fiscal cash handling has historically been linked to systemic corruption and under-the-table transactions. This move is part of a broader airport transformation agenda aimed at modernizing Nigeria's aviation hubs and improving the ease of doing business for international and domestic passengers alike. Now, the international oil prices have surged by more than 1% today as the deepening military and political crisis in Iran sends shockwaves through the global energy supply chain. In early trading on Wednesday, Brent crude figures jumped significantly, breaking past the $92 mark, while West Texas Intermediate followed a similar upward trajectory. The primary catalyst for this latest spike is the escalating tension in the Middle East, specifically the credible threat to shipping lanes in the Strait of Hormuz, a critical choke point through which 1/5 of the world's daily oil consumption passes. For major metropolitan economies, this surge in crude prices is expected to translate into immediate inflationary pressure. Logistics companies and airlines are already signaling potential surcharges as fuel costs skyrocket. While oil-producing nations might see a nominal increase in revenue, the overall global sentiment remains one of extreme caution as the threat of a full-scale energy blockade looms over the international community. Now, experts warn that unless a diplomatic de-escalation is achieved within the coming days, the world would or could be facing an energy price floor not seen in years, potentially stalling the post-pandemic economic recovery and forcing economic banks to rethink their interest rate strategies in the face of rising costs. A cloud of profanous entity has settled over China Incorporated. as the massive portfolio of Chinese infrastructure and energy projects in Iran faces imminent collapse following the latest round of US and Israeli military strikes. For years, Beijing has been Iran's largest trading partner, cemented by a landmark 25-year strategic cooperation agreement intended to pour hundreds of billions of dollars into the Iranian economy. However, reports emerging this Wednesday indicate that many of those projects, ranging from high-speed rail links to critical oil field developments, have ground to a halt as security conditions deteriorate. This development has sent a chill through the Chinese business community, with many firms now weighing the cost of a permanent withdrawal from the region, to protect their broader global operations. Now, Intel Corporation has announced that its board chairman, Frank Yeary, is set to depart from its role. The announcement comes at a pivotal moment for the Silicon Valley giant, which is currently in the midst of a high-stakes, multi-year transformation plan designed to reclaim its dominance in the global chip-making market. Yeary, who has served as a director on Intel's board since 2009 and took over the chairmanship in early 2023, has been a key figure in overseeing the company's strategic pivot under CEO Pat Gelsinger. And now to our last story for the day. German sportswear giant Adidas has set an ambitious financial target for its midterm recovery, announcing on Wednesday that it expects its operating profit to rise to approximately 2.3 billion euros by the year 2026. Now, this projection is a cornerstone of the turnaround strategy led by CEO Björn Gulin, who took the helm following a period of significant volatility for the brand. The company's latest guidance indicates a major shift in momentum as Adidas moves past the financial fallout of the Yeezy partnership termination and begins to capitalize on the massive global demand for its terrace footwear lines such as the Samba, Gazelle, and Spezial. The company is aiming for an operating margin of around 10% by 2026, a significant jump from the leaner margins seen during its recent restructuring phase. As the brand heads towards 2026 ending, investors are closely watching to see if this projected profit surge will allow Adidas to close the valuation gap with its primary rivals in the global sportswear arena. And that's it for Business Updates today. You can follow us on our digital platforms for updated news and contents. I am Fred O'Neill. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Welcome to Dursag Engineering and Services Limited. A trusted name in the oil and gas industry, proudly registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission since the year 2000. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our head office is strategically located at 43 Airport Road, Warri, Delta State, Nigeria. At Dursag, our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, both local and highly trained expatriate personnel, engineering services across civil, electrical, instrumentation, and mechanical works, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services. And integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. We are proud partners to some of the industry's leading players, including NNPC and its subsidiaries, Seplat Petroleum, First Hydrocarbon Nigeria Limited, ND Western, Saipem Contracting Nigeria Limited, and Lee Engineering and Construction, among others. Over the years, we have successfully executed manpower, EPC, and marine support projects with a strong record of excellence. At Dursag Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. Dursag Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversation on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network.
As a retailer who buys from another person. If he doesn't sell to me, I can't sell to Edo or any other states. Let's take a look.
Just for another time's sake, a critical stakeholder is missing here, and that is the TCN/NISO. For poor services, sir, the basic principle of electricity we learned in school is real. Electricity cannot be created nor destroyed. You can't hold it, it will consume you. We are also a buyer. CBDC as a retailer who buys from another person. That is why I am looking for the person I am buying from. It's not here. If he doesn't sell to me, I can't sell to Edo or any other state where I'm from. The funniest thing is I'm happy that my leader is here. Even the people I am accusing, they don't also manufacture it. The TCN and NAS, they also buy from generators where NDPHC is an active player. Even the generator, despite they generate, if they don't have the source of energy to generate, they will not generate. Most of them gas. So the chain is a long one. But we accept all this completely because we are the last phase that you see. To put things in context, BEDC required 760 megawatt to meet just some phases of our state. Around October, where there was a little supply, what we got was just 410 out of 700. As I speak today, what we are getting is 260. How do I share it? So that after the post services. Similarly, BEDC have no right to introduce tariff, neither band A. We want other street regulation, of which it comes from Abuja, NEC, Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission, that is now being decentralized to sub-nationals, which Edo State is taking a very active lead. If they say, this is your tariff, that is what we do. We are too small to charge anybody above or below what we are asked to do. The migration to band A2 is highly supervised by NEC. That is why they have installed what we call IoT on the feeder. They monitor it to see that you must comply. Without that, no approval. It is not we that unilaterally move anybody to band A. And there is a long, Your Excellency, I will not take your time. There's a long mathematics and policy around band A. So please, and if you say they are being sold, I can tell you, stop supporting those people that are selling them. The people installing these meters, they are not from BEDC. They are from Saxi, a company from China. We have arrested many. Anyone you report to us, we will arrest them. The reason why they will say, come and map it, that they cannot load, is because those installers sold it illegal. It cannot come into our system. They will not be looking for money to bring it to us. A free meter that we install to customer, it gets to you and it bends immediately. But because of those, we discover in Delta State, about 400. We say, go and install for Jonathan Lawani. They took it, signed that I am going to Jonathan Lawani's house. They take it to leader Obede Hama house. My system will see it. Once my system see it, you cannot use it. So for them to correct it, they will not be rigmarole. We went to withdraw. The boy went to arrest that installer. We didn't see him. We arrested his wife. We are going through this. Let us know who are selling. We will arrest them. The unit you are saying, it is called preloaded unit. It is not a fraud. Stop deceiving Edo State. They brought a meter to your house. You started using electricity free. It is not free. It is that one you have used that you are paying for. Like you said, it's different. For single phase, it's a different unit. For a three phase, because we know that those that will use three phase are high consumer. We put a higher unit so that you will not finish quickly and then you are not strongly to load. It is approved. It's preloaded for you so that we bring meter today and then we ask you to vet today. You are in darkness. So what we did is to make provision. Please, you can use this while you get ready to vote. It's everywhere. It's not only BEDC. So if you are organizing a Edo State against BEDC on this, we may as well call other Nigerians to protest against other company. Quickly, that is what you call hidden charges. The position paper has been given to me. We will respond. Then Your Excellency, even the switching of the light for 1 month is not also done by BEDC. Yet is BEDC we see. Transmission company, which is also answering to what you have said about Azura. This project is also help Azura and Ihobo to now evacuate more power, because at that station, Azura and Ihobo are very close to each other. But there is one corridor for evacuation, and even the corridor is weak. The federal ministry through TCN awarded a contract to reconduct the other line so that the boat generator cannot generate, which after the project is completed, there will be more power on the grid. It is like when our dear governor is doing the road at the Kobahi. You see traffic every day. But when the project is completed, sir, a smooth journey will happen. This is what we are going through now. Even the outage is not for all hours. It's between 8 a.m. in the morning and 7 p.m. in the night. It was safe working space by TCN, not even by the ADC. What is safe working space? That line that killed the whole community. If you don't off it to work, and that line is what brings power to the entire station. Once you off it, our mayor will just be there. In fact, it's even paying me and paying salary to staff, staying there doing nothing when they are working. But there's nothing you can do. TCN is working to improve Nigeria life. You are organizing a Edo State against this. How is it our fault? Sir, you asked for way forward. We are making every effort to make sure that there is improvement to Edo State. And I am highly, as a son of Edo State, committed to this. Let me tell you, the only way that my business, BEDC, can survive today is to have almost all the feeders on Bank A.
And on news, in Cross River State, the federal government of Nigeria has praised the Cross River State government for its strategic planning initiatives and execution in the energy sector, highlighting the state's vast hydro and renewable energy investments as a driver for national economic growth. This commendation was made by the nation's Vice President, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, during a official flag-off of the Energy Cross River Conference and Exhibition year 2026 in Calabar. The Vice President, represented by his Senior Special Assistant on Legal, Research and Compliance Matters, Alhaji Bashir Maidugu, disclosed that the state, with its coastal advantage, hydrocarbon reserves, and industrial ambitions, including a deep sea port and special economic trade-free zone initiatives, the state is well positioned to emerge as a major energy hub in Nigeria and the West African sub-region.
For His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. This administration has placed energy reform at the center of Nigeria's economic revitalization. The enactment and implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act, ongoing power sector reforms, gas commercialization initiatives, and our strong commitment to renewable energy expansion reflect a deliberate and strategic policy direction. Our objectives are clear: to create a diversified, resilient, and investor-friendly energy ecosystem that attracts capital, enhances local content, and ensures energy security for all. Cross River State is uniquely positioned to become a major energy hub in Nigeria and West Africa. Its coastal access,
proximity to offshore wind assets, vast gas potential, hydro resources, solar radiation profile, and industrial corridor ambitions, including deep sea power and special economic zone initiatives, provide a strong foundation for energy development. Cross River can become a model of integrated energy development in Nigeria, with the right coordination between federal and state authorities, the private sector, and our communities.
The governor of Cross River State, Senator Basi Otu, represented by his deputy, Honorable Peter Odey, reaffirmed his administration's commitment to energy security and sustainable economic growth. He described the conference as a strategic platform to bridge the gap between energy ambitions and practical implementation, emphasizing that energy infrastructure remains crucial to inclusive development in the state. Dr. Odi highlighted key achievements, including the distribution of 10,000 solar systems to homes in rural communities, with another 10,000 scheduled for rollout within the year.
This therefore informed the assemblage of this illustrious personality. Presently, Cross River State, through our inclusive development work plan, we have enabled energy access to both the unserved and underserved rural communities with the distribution of 10,000 solar homes. This laudable gesture has impacted positively on the economy, as evident in a number of community-based businesses that are growing and springing up every day in Cross River State. The second phase of this project is expected to be implemented this year with another 10,000 solar home system. These solar home systems are complementary to the rehabilitation of many electricity substations and the building of new ones. Broken down transformers across the state have been replaced by this administration. I need to ensure that food and energy security are achievable milestones of this present administration. On the part of the state government, we are poised to create a friendlier investment environment which will not only motivate the investor to break even, but to also make profit and expand their.
He also noted the rehabilitation of substations and the replacement of faulty transformers across the state. He further assured investors of a friendly business environment, including streamlined regulations, tax incentives, and ease of land acquisition. In his welcome address, the Commissioner for Power, Honorable Eka Williams, highlighted the state's vast energy resources, including abundant sunlight, strong winds, flowing rivers, and solid minerals, I beg your pardon.
The concept, including strategic innovations, resource allocations, and strategic talent will foster the sustainability finance in the energy sector in Cross River State. This process involves more than just contract execution. His Excellency, the goal entails constructing energy systems for protection against potential risks while maintaining financial viability and supporting diverse community needs. The project includes but not limited to falling solar mini grids, hydro, wind, biomass, geothermal power plants, and other sources. Our charge to you today is to move beyond conversations. Together, we will establish financial systems that minimize investment risks while enabling Cross River State to attract local and international collaborators to achieve robust funding for energy sector.
Williams urged stakeholders to adopt innovative financing and sound management practices to reduce investment risks while attracting local and international partners. He assured participants of the government's commitment to providing an enabling environment that fosters efficiency, accountability, and investor confidence. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back for more story when we return. Stay with us.
Welcome to Dursag Engineering and Services Limited, a trusted name in the oil and gas industry, proudly registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission since the year 2000. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our head office is strategically located at 43 Airport Road, Warri, Delta State, Nigeria. At Dursag, our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, both local and highly trained expatriate personnel, engineering services across civil, electrical, instrumentation, and mechanical works, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. We are proud partners to some of the industry's leading players, including NNPC and its subsidiaries, Seplat Petroleum, First Hydrocarbon Nigeria Limited, MD Western, Saipem Contracting Nigeria Limited, and Lee Engineering and Construction, among others. Over the years, we have successfully executed manpower, EPC, and marine support projects with a strong record of excellence. At Dursag Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. Dursag Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
Welcome back from that really quick break. And on to national news. Commuters on the strategic Abuja-Kaduna-Kano Expressway may finally see the end of years of travel hardship, because the federal government and contractors have reaffirmed a firm completion date of April 2026 for the ongoing reconstruction. Following a high-level media tour of the project sites, officials confirmed that work has hit the 80% mark. The project, which was redesigned to use everlasting concrete pavement, is now in its final stretch. The Abuja-Kaduna-Kano Highway, often described as the heartbeat of the nation's economy, is undergoing a massive transformation. After years of delays and the eventual termination of the contract with Julius Berger, the new contractors, Inforest Nigeria Limited, are now working round the clock to meet the President's renewed hope deadline. For years, the corridor was a nightmare for travelers due to failed sections and security concerns. The government insists that the new design, which includes solar lighting across the entire 700-kilometer stretch, will not only improve speed but also enhance security for night travelers. And on to business news. Nigeria's two leading telecommunications giants, MTN and Airtel, have reported a record-breaking combined revenue of over 3.6 trillion naira from data services alone in 2025. According to the latest audited financial reports, the data boom has officially dethroned traditional voice calls as the primary engine of growth for the industry. MTN Nigeria led the surge, generating an unprecedented 2.8 trillion naira from data for the year ended December 31, 2025. This represents a staggering 74.5% increase compared to the 1.6 trillion naira recorded in the previous year. MTN's CEO, Carl Turiola, attributed this performance to a 34% spike in total data traffic, with the average subscriber now consuming approximately 13.1 gigabytes of data every month. Airtel Nigeria mirrored this trajectory, racking the 838.6 billion naira in data revenue for its 9-month reporting period. This reflects a 67.4% growth from the 500.8 billion naira posted in the same period of the year 2024. Airtel's data usage per customer also climbed significantly, reaching 10.7 gigabytes per month. Bolstered by a surge in smartphone penetration, which now stands at over 54% for their network. Industry analysts point to a structural transformation in the Nigerian market, driven by an insatiable appetite for short-form video content and the adoption of 4G and 5G services, while a tariff reset implemented early last year contributed to the revenue figures. The underlying driver remains the volume of consumption. With both operators now extracting more values per SIM card, the telecommunications sector has emerged as a rare bright spot in the corporate recovery of 2026. MTN Nigeria specifically turned around a previous year of losses to a post-heroic 1.1 trillion naira profit after tax, a feat that underscores the immense profitability of the country's digital transition. And on to health, National Agency for Food and Drugs Administration and Control (NAFDAC) has solidified a strategic partnership with the National Orientation Agency and the FCCPC to strictly enforce the ban on sachet alcohol. The Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, announced the inter-agency collaboration in Abuja, emphasizing that the grace period for manufacturers and distributors has officially expired. The ban specifically targets alcoholic beverages packaged in sachets and PET or glass bottles smaller than 200 ml. According to the agency, these pocket-sized drinks have become a major driver of alcohol abuse among vulnerable groups, including underage students and commercial vehicle operators. Simultaneously, the FCCPC will monitor retail markets and ensure that prohibited items are removed from shelves, while NAFDAC's Enforcement Directorate will carry out nationwide raids on production facilities and warehouses. Professor Adeyeye noted that the decision follows the recommendations of the multi-sectoral committee that included the Federal Ministry of Health and the Association of Food, Beverage and Tobacco Employers. She stated that the goal is not to stifle business, but to eliminate the ease of access that facilitates addiction and contributes to rising road accidents and social vices. Manufacturers found in violation of the ban will face immediate factory seals and heavy administrative fines. The agency warned that any stock of sachet alcohol found on the open market will be confiscated and destroyed without compensation. This unified front marks the most significant regulatory push to date to sanitize the Nigerian liquor market and prioritize public health over industrial outputs. And on to international news. Defense in Tehran as the Iranian government officially rules out any possibility of negotiations with the United States. In a statement that has sent shockwaves through diplomatic circles, senior Iranian officials have declared that they have no trust in the American administration, following the devastating joint U.S.-Israeli strikes that began last weekend. With the conflict now in its fourth day and the region on a knife edge, Tehran insists it is prepared to sustain its military response indefinitely. The rhetoric from Tehran has hardened significantly. Mohammad Mukbar, a senior aide to the late Supreme Leader, told state television that there is no basis for dialogue. He accused Washington of acting in bad faith, claiming that indirect talks were already underway in Oman when the strikes were launched. The refusal to negotiate comes at a time of unprecedented crisis. Iran is currently preparing for a 3-day state funeral for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed in the initial wave of the attacks. Despite the loss of its top leader, the Interim Leadership Council appears unified in its stance for strategic resistance. In Washington, President Donald Trump has dismissed the latest statements from Tehran, suggesting that the window for diplomacy has closed. He noted that the military campaign, codenamed Operation Epic Fury, aims to dismantle Iran's nuclear and ballistic capabilities entirely. On to sport news. Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell has officially reinstated Francis Uzoho as the national team's first-choice goalkeeper. The decision comes at a critical time as Nigeria prepares for an Invitational Tournament in Jordan later this month. While Stanley Wambali was the undisputed hero of the 2024 AFCON and recent qualifiers, his current inactive status following a sudden exit from South African club Chippa United has forced the coaching crew to look elsewhere. For Francis Uzoho, it is a return to a familiar, albeit high-pressure role. After spending over a year as the secondary option to Stanley Wambali, the Omonia Nicosia shortstopper is back in the spotlight. Coach Eric Shell confirmed today that Uzoho's consistent playing time in Cyprus made him the logical choice for the upcoming window. Shell emphasized that while Wambali remains a key asset, the national team cannot afford to field a goalkeeper lacking match fitness. But it's not just a two-horse race. The goalkeeping department is seeing fresh competition with the arrival of Arthur Okonkwo. The Wrexham goalkeeper, who recently switched his allegiance from England to Nigeria, is also in the squad for the Jordan trip. While Okonkwo can feature in the friendlies against Iran and Jordan, his participation in competitive qualifiers later this year still hinges on final FIFA approval. Meanwhile, Maduka Okoye remains on the fringes after reportedly turning down the latest AFCON invitation. And lastly on sports, former two-time heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua is facing one of the toughest fights of his career, this time outside the ring. The 36-year-old has shared new footage of himself undergoing intensive physical therapy on his ribs as he continues to recover from a devastating car crash in Nigeria 2 months ago. While his physical wounds are healing, the road back to peak fitness remains long. His promoter, Eddie Hearn, has now provided a realistic timeline for when fans might see AJ back in action. Anthony Joshua is a man on a mission of resilience. Taking to social media today, the boxing star posted images of painful-looking muscle work on his ribcage as part of a rigorous rehabilitation protocol. It has been over 2 months since the horrific December 29th accident on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway that claimed the lives of 2 of his closest associates, personal trainer Kevin Ayodele and longtime therapist Shino Gami. Joshua, who was a passenger in the vehicle at the time, had been split between mourning his brothers and rebuilding his body. In a poignant message accompanying the footage, he wrote, "Going through certain things make you realize you are stronger than you think." Meanwhile, legal proceedings are moving forward in Nigeria. The driver of the vehicle involved in the crash appeared in a Shagamu magistrate court last week, facing charges of dangerous and reckless driving. And that wraps up the edition of TVM's Metro Updates. For more updates throughout the day, follow us on our digital platforms and stay tuned to TVM for trusted news and in-depth coverage. I am Mara Samuels. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.
If you check the exchange rate and you paused for a second, you are not alone. The Naira has moved again, and yes, many Nigerians are talking about it. So what exactly is happening with our currency? Why does it matter to your wallet, your business, and your everyday life? You're watching Explained Nigeria, where we break down the numbers and give the reasons behind them so you get the full picture. Today we're looking at some of the factors that cause the Naira to rise and fall and what it means for all of us.
The first factor to consider is foreign exchange reserves. These are assets held by the central bank in foreign currencies like the US dollar to back up the Naira. How a country manages these reserves can affect the value of its currency. Developing countries like Nigeria tend to hold more reserves than advanced economies, partly to protect against economic shocks. Analysts see that looking at reserves can predict crises before they happen. For context, the US dollar and Naira exchange rate recently stood at about 1,425 Naira 50 kobo per dollar, according to the latest market figures. A slight movement going foreign exchange activity as supply and demand continue to shape the Naira's value. The past month, the Naira weakened by 0.16%, but over the last 12 months, it's actually gained 6.26%. So even small changes in reserves or dollar supply can move the Naira. And while these numbers look technical, they affect what you pay for imported goods, loans, and even school fees. Another big factor is Nigeria's trade balance and import habits. Usually runs a trade surplus, largely because of crude oil exports. But at the same time, the country imports a lot of refined petroleum machinery and food products. This creates a reliance on imports, making the Naira sensitive to global market swings. In 2025, Nigeria had massive trade surpluses, about 5.17 trillion in the first quarter, peaking at 7.46 trillion in the second quarter. While this sounds positive, it's also highlighted
This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network.
Welcome to Money and Market, a program that explains the economy in plain language for everyone to understand. And of course, it is a program that shows you how the economy affects you, everything around you, especially your pocket. All right, today we'll be looking at a very critical topic, and it is something that affects you and I as well, like we said in our previous episode. But today we'll be looking at the reason why prices keep rising and is not commensurate with what you earn. In other words, why is it that your money cannot buy you exactly what it used to buy? There's a reason why that happens. Just one word in economic terms: inflation. Now, many of you must have heard a lot about the word inflation. Today we'll today we'll break down things really nicely and simplified in order for even the market women and of course those in the street to understand what inflation is all about. Now, simply put, like I said, we'll not be going into those economic jargons, but simply put, inflation means prices rising over time. The way the price rises over time, the general, rise in price is what inflation is all about. So when inflation, for instance, goes up, the value of money goes down. When inflation, I want you to take note of this because as we go deeper into the discussion today, you will get to understand why I set this line now, that when inflation goes up, the value of your money goes down. Let's take a critical example. If 10,000 naira bought, a full bag of food items like last year or let's say a couple of years ago, but today that same amount of money, which is 10,000 naira, now buys half of that bag of food items, then what just happened is inflation. All right? What just happened is inflation. So what Nigerians experience every day, the increase, especially when you see them at fuel stations, in terms of transport hike, in terms of rentage that is up, and yes, in terms of what we see in the market every day, this is exactly what we refer to as inflation. When you see the hike in foodstuff in the market, at fuel stations, in the transport industry, those of you who travel a lot, you get to understand what I'm saying. And of course, for those of you who pay rent, when your rent is due, your landlord or the property, the owner of the property where you reside or where you do your business will come and say there's a rise in an increase in your rentage. All this is what inflation is all about. Now let's look at something on the screen for us to define what inflation is all about, for you to grasp what inflation is all about. Now, like I said, inflation is the rising cost of items in prices as against your money in your pocket. So inflation equals to rising prices, right? So invariably what money buys less over time. You can see how the naira or the note is shrinking in size. I mean, if we have that clip on the screen. All right, so now all of these will come in courtesy of our sources, so it's not something that we just talk about. So inflation is why food prices rise. It is the reason why we have transport costs going up. Inflation is the reason why your salary feels, like like it's very small, even when the number has not changed. And so the harsh reality about this is that inflation affects low-income earners. Those are the people or the strata of the society that inflation hits the hardest. Because while prices rise, income, your income often times stay the same. All right, that's why I said the price of goods going up is not commensurate with your salary. Let's look at another graphics on our screen right now, the before and now in everyday prices. Now we can see that a cup of rice is sold for 100 naira before now, and of course transport used to be like 200 naira, and then bread, a certain size of bread was sold for 300 naira. Now this was before, and now that same cup of rice is now being sold for about 250 naira and above, and the transport fare in that same distance is now being charged for 500 naira or more, and then the same quality or size of bread that was sold for about 300 naira about last year or 2 years ago is now being sold for 800 now or more. So you can see that it is same money in your hand, but now that same money is buying fewer items compared to before. Now, like I said, all of these are coming as a result of the CPI reports courtesy of the NBS, the National Bureau of Statistics. So inflation is not just an economic term. It is something that affects you and I. It is a daily reality. So, but what causes inflation? What really is the reason for inflation to even happen in the first place? Why does it somehow refuse to go away? Because we've seen over time that inflation remains where, I mean, it keeps happening. It doesn't go away, even when all the apparatus, all the tools are put in place to ensure that inflation goes off. It still exists. Even when we try to fight, when the players of the economy and of course the regulators of the economy try to reduce drastically the percentage of inflation as it affects the economy, we still see inflation around. So why does it refuse to go away? We will look into all of that, the causes of inflation in Nigeria. But just to let you know once again that inflation is not just one big term. It's not just something for the economists or the graduates of economics or those who are in the high strata of the society. It is for you and I. It concerns you and I because it is something that relates to prices and how it happens in relation to what we earn or what is in our pocket. So in our previous episodes in Money and Market, we've been talking about inflation on the lighter side, and we kept saying something that it is what puts hole in your pocket. Inflation is what makes your salary or your income disappear into the thin air, and you keep asking the question, what just happened to the money or the income in my pocket? And inflation, like I said, makes us to understand that what the value of the currency or the money in your pocket used to buy some time ago is not the same amount or quality of things that it bought back then that it will now buy. So that's what inflation is all about. So when you hear people say, for instance, I had 10,000 naira in the past, let's say probably 2010, and I was able to buy a large quantity of foodstuff in the house, maybe your basket of beans, a basket of rice, onions, some foodstuff. You could take 10,000 to the market, let's say by 2010, and you come home with a lot of food items. But now that 10,000 naira could hardly buy you some form of meat or some quantity of meat that you want to use in preparation of your local dishes. Not to mention other food stuff that you want to buy to make up your food. So that's what inflation is all about. Like I said, we'll not be going with the terms that is related to inflation, so that the common man out there in the street, those who did not attain higher institutions will be able to understand what inflation is all about. And that's what this program does. We break things nicely for everyone to understand. So once again, the reason your income shrinks or looks like it's small or getting smaller by the day is because of inflation. The reason why prices keep rising up and your income looks as if it's going down even when your income stays the same. Now, one harsh reality about inflation is that over time, your income, for example, those who are salaried earners, those salaried earners would always have their income a kind of stable for a number of years. All right. So, and this does not, when it comes to salary, you don't just have promotion or increase in your salary every year as it is. So, but for prices of goods and by extension services, they keep increasing. They keep increasing as a result of so many factors, which, if time permits us today, we'll look into all of that. So it is like a must for inflation to happen. And when it happens, when the prices of goods keep rising and your money stays in one place over time, then you say that inflation has hit rock bottom. All right, so that's what inflation is all about, and we gave instances of what money could buy some years back and what that same amount of money cannot buy right now. All right, it's a very important topic for you and I, to understand what this is about, because me persons have heard inflation. So now you're getting a better understanding of what inflation is all about. All right, pretty soon, just a couple of minutes from now, we'll go on a quick commercial, and when we return, we'll be looking at why inflation in Nigeria, why and what are the reasons why we have inflation going on in Nigeria. We'll tell you more about that when we return.
At DSAG Engineering and Services, we anticipate, manage, and deliver. Since 2000, we have been a leading EPC company, ensuring customer satisfaction through quality service and timely delivery. With integrity, proficiency, and innovation at our core, we provide world-class solutions tailored to your needs. From engineering designs and construction to procurement, manpower outsourcing, and maritime supplies, DSAG delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services, anticipate, manage, deliver.
All right, welcome back from that break. And before we went on that break, we said we're going to be looking at the causes of inflation in Nigeria. Now, we have been talking, we're trying to get to the meaning of inflation, what inflation means, and I hope we've been able to deal with that. But let's go into the in-court flesh of this particular topic now. And this will give you some insight, better insight about what inflation is all about. So, like anything that happens in life, they just don't happen accidentally. There are reasons why things happen. So in Nigeria, there are basically 4 major reasons, or very specific reasons, why inflation comes to the fore. One of them is too much circulation of money in, and of course, too very few goods being purchased by this too much money in circulation. Yes, too much money chasing too few goods, simply put. So when money is in circulation, but goods are not increasing, definitely prices will increase. Now, that's some form of economic laws. We don't want to go into that so that everybody will understand, but that's one thing when it comes to demand and supply, the laws of demand and supply. So again, when money is so much in circulation and few goods are available for that money to buy, then definitely prices will go up. Now, according to the Central Bank of Nigeria statistics released recently, currency circulation and demand deposits rose from 122.94 trillion naira. That was as at November 2025. It rose to 124.4 trillion naira as at the end of December 2025. So you can see that there was a sort of increase, about 2.90 trillion naira increase in the circulation of money and demand deposits. Let's look at the graphics we have before us, trying to explain the too much money and too few goods, because you can see that many people are chasing few food items. Okay, so the let's should I go on with the second cause now, the second reason? But definitely for you to understand something is that where we have so much money in the economy, cash liquid as it's called, like I said, I don't want to go into those terminologies, but when we have so much cash in circulation and demand deposits, I don't want to go there, but you know, for you to grasp what I'm trying to say, when you have so much circulation, so much money in circulation, and it becomes few goods with us, you know, available in the market, then the sellers will want to increase the prices of such goods. All right, let's go to the second reason. Like I said, there are 4 in number. The second reason is high cost of production. High cost of production. Now, let's look at it. When fuel prices increase, when electricity is unstable, when transport costs increase, definitely you as a business owner would not want to, you know, share or take the burden of these things I just mentioned. I will explain better. But you definitely would now add these factors in your business. You will now add them to what you are producing, to the price of what you are producing. So because no businesses or no business wants to sell at a loss. So these burdens will now be passed on because fuel, electricity, transport, these are part of your production. These are part of your production. And so the cost of having these available for your production, you want to add them to the price of what you are producing. Okay, so get that understanding. And no businesses will now say, okay, you know, because there's hike in fuel, there's electricity tariff that is so high most times, and of course electricity is even unstable, but then your electricity tariff is high because it's unstable. You buy fuel to run your generating sets, and then transport costs increase. You now say you want to bear the burden as a businessman. You will not make profit. And that's why I said no business wants to run at a loss. So you see on the screen, fuel goes up, electricity goes up, is not even available in the first place, transport fare goes up, definitely the prices of that particular product will go up. All right, let's look at another reason why there is inflation in Nigeria. This one is on exchange rate. That's a very, very major factor when it comes to inflation. Now, Nigeria imports a lot. Food, fuel, machines, raw materials. We import a lot. And all of these, like in one of the episodes I said, why fuel? Why do we even import fuel? Well, because we do not have enough refineries to refine crude oil to now give us the various products that would come out of the crude oil when it's refined. So Nigeria imports a lot of food, no doubt about that. One very good example of food item that Nigeria imports a lot is rice. There's fuel, there's machines, because we do not produce machineries here in Nigeria. I mean, those major machineries we do not. And so we'll have to import a whole lot of them. And then raw materials for to do our businesses, we also import this. So we talked about the Naira, the currency recently. So when the Naira weakens, and it happens a lot during inflation, when the Naira weakens, your imports, we said this before, your imports become expensive, okay, and inflation rises. So your weak Naira will not exchange for the dollars which you use in your business for the importation of your goods, and as a result, those prices of imports will now cost more. I mean, those imports will now be very expensive. They will now cost more, you know, and then that's when inflation arises as well. So inflation will not be at the state or the level where it was. It will now increase. So the data from the CBN shows recently that the Naira recorded marginal losses recently, despite a softer dollar globally. I mean, the dollar was became soft in the market terms recently. But even at that, recently the CBN made us to understand that the Naira got weakened, and it closed at the third week of January at 1,421 Naira 90 kobo. That was the exchange rate for the dollar. So let's look at the then and now when it comes to some items, when it relates to exchange rates. Now you look at before now, the Naira was stronger in the exchange for the dollar, and then we had lower import costs as a result, because when you now trade your business, when you now do your business, it now looks like you are buying on a cheap. But right now, like I just said recently, the CBN data that was released not quite long showed that the Naira, was weakened, and so the exchange rate was really not favorable for the Nigerian market, and as a result, we have higher import costs. So whatever you are importing, definitely the cost went up. And then the last but not the least, the factor or reason why we have inflation in Nigeria is supply disruption. Now, there are different shocks when it comes to the supply chain in Nigeria. We have insecurity, we have flooding, we have bad roads, and of course, global crisis economically reduce supply. And when goods are scarce, because when there's supply disruption, definitely there's scarcity of that particular goods. And so when these goods are scarce, prices definitely go up. That is the law of demand and supply. Okay, so when goods are scarce, definitely prices will shoot up. This is just simple economics. I don't know if you're getting what we have been talking about. Again, just for you to understand, 4 factors. We just picked these ones. There are other factors, but we just picked these few factors for you to understand what inflation is all about. The first factor why there's inflation in Nigeria, like we talked about, is when we have too much money chasing very few goods. And of course, the other factor was the high cost of production. Definitely, as a business owner, you will not want to accumulate all those costs and then let the consumer enjoy, almost like a freebie, and you running at a loss, because, like I said, no business owner will want to go into business to make losses, rather to make profit. And the other reason we gave, or the factor that we gave, was on the exchange rate. Now, this exchange rate has been very volatile, has been very unstable, and we gave you just an instance where the CBN recently showed us that the Naira, marginally weakened recently, and when it comes to foreign exchange, it's not really good for business owners who do importation and of course exportation. And we gave instances of how these things work when we have low or weak Naira, as it were, because it will affect your import, of course, when you want to bring in inputs from abroad. And the last one we just talked about was the supply disruption. I mean, where we have shocks in the supply of goods. Take an example from some of the sub-factors I brought out under supply disruption. One of them was insecurity. We look at what's going on in Nigeria as it is right now. The volatile areas, in those particular areas in Nigeria, the northeast, some part of the north region, and of course, you say that when these things happen, farmers who are in the agricultural sector hardly go to the farms, and when that happens, supply, there'll be scarcity of agricultural produce, and then natural disaster in the form of flooding. When flood happens, we saw it not quite long. I think we saw some last year. It also affects supply as well. All right, so I hope you're getting the drift right now, what inflation is all about. When we come back, because we'll go for a short break right now, we'll look at how inflation affects you, your job, and your business. Stay with us.
At DSAG Engineering and Services, we anticipate, manage, and deliver. Since 2000, we have been a leading EPC company, ensuring customer satisfaction through quality service and timely delivery. With integrity, proficiency, and innovation at our core, we provide world-class solutions tailored to your needs. From engineering designs and construction to procurement, manpower outsourcing, and maritime supplies, DSAG delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services, anticipate, manage, deliver.
Well, welcome back, and so super excited to know that you are still with us. And just a reminder that we are looking at inflation. What is this word inflation? Okay, so before we went on that breather, we said we're going to be looking at how inflation affects you and I, our job, and of course, those of us who are in business. Well, I just mentioned different aspects right now because inflation truly hits different people in different ways. But one group that feels it most, I said it, I think when we just started, the one group that inflation hits the most is the ordinary Nigerians. The ordinary Nigerians. If you earn a fixed salary, for those who are workers, you know, who earn fixed salary, inflation is your silent enemy. This is one line that we kept, you know, hammering on, kept talking about. It is your silent enemy, inflation, especially when you are a fixed earner, when your salary is fixed. Okay, so but let's look now what we have on the screen right now, that will be displayed on your screen. Who suffers most from inflation? I just said about fixed salaries earners. Yeah, so salary earners are one of those who are most affected by inflation. Yes, because salary earners, over time, their salaries remain the same for a pretty long time before you get to talk about promotion, you get to talk about increase in your salary. So you as a salary earner, you are one of those mostly affected by inflation. You know why? Because as your salary remains in one place for a pretty long time, let's say in your space of operation, you have every 4 years before salaries are reviewed, or you know, your salaries get to increase. In that 4 years, inflation must have hit you several times. Okay, the inflation must have risen, dropped, because that's how it is, very unstable. And yes, that's why I said you as a salary earner, you are one of those who are mostly hit, because as it increases, as inflation happens to you, your salary remains intact for the next 4 years. But then what that salary was buying before now could not buy again before your next salary review. All right, still on that particular slide, you could see that market traders are another you know, set of people that inflation hits the hardest, in the sense that they go into the market space, they get their goods from their major suppliers, get to the market, and then sells. But then for those who are supposed to come do business with them, they just cannot come do business with them because, I mean, the volume of what they used to buy, it's not like they cannot do business with them, but the volume of what they used to buy would not be the same volume that they used to buy. Okay, right now they cannot buy the same volume that they were buying before, talking about the salary earners, especially because those are the people that want to go to the local market and to meet market traders. Same goes for small businesses. You know, they are also one of the hardest when it comes to inflation. They are the most one of the set of persons that inflation hits the hardest. And then pensioners. I mean, pensioners is just like into salary earners. In fact, theirs is even almost worse because there's no increase over time of their pension. Okay, so they just live by how inflation sucks a lot of money from their pockets. All right, so you can see the worker, trader, SMEs, and of course retiree. The retirees are under the pensioners that I just talked about. So if you earn a fixed salary, inflation quietly, that's what I've been saying, inflation quietly reduces your standard of living. It reduces your standard of living, because your salary is fixed. Like I gave the instance of maybe you as a worker in your workspace, your salary is reviewed every 4 years, and definitely your standard of living would definitely drop because your income stays the same. Your income stays the same, but food costs more, more, and transport costs more because you're still looking at probably you're on a salary of about 100,000 naira a month, and over the next 4 years, that's how the salary will be. But there's definitely transport fare will increase, and it's still on that salary. Food items will definitely increase. That will still be on that salary, and of course, your rent will definitely be increased by the property owner or your landlord, as it were, and of course, you cannot save. You cannot save. That's what now happens to you. Savings just disappears, suffers a lot. So money kept in cash loses value, every day when inflation is high. All right. So when inflation, goes up, definitely the money in your hand is almost like is valueless. The money that you keep in your possession is almost like valueless because of inflation. All right, let's also for a look at small businesses now. We're looking at the home front. All right, let's look at small businesses, what inflation does to small businesses. They are the next in line anyway for those who are most affected after those guys I talked about, the salary earners, the market traders, the small businesses, and of course pensioners. So for small businesses, inflation means unstable prices. That's what inflation brings to the fore for small businesses. The prices would never remain the same. It will always be going up and down, up and down. The down I'm even referring to is not like it's coming to the original price of how it used to be. For instance, some years ago, just a few years ago, I think before President Bola Tinubu became president, we know how much a bag of rice was. Okay, so when he came overboard, the price of rice shot up, and for some time, I think sometime last year, the price of the bag of rice dropped. Okay, now when I say dropped, when you compare to what the amount it dropped to, and that the same bag of rice, how much it was before he became president, you'll see that it's not really a drop. Okay, let's assume a bag of rice then before he became president was, let's say 30,000 naira, and when he became president, it's all assumption now. I don't want to go to correct figures. I want you to understand where I'm coming from. So before he became president, let's assume it was 30,000 naira to a bag of rice. And then when he became president, a few months later, bag of rice was like 100,000 naira. All right. Now, few years later, let's say about 2 years later, after he became president, the bag of rice now went to 70,000 naira. So that's the cheapest in his administration, from 100,000 when he became president, for instance, and then 2 years later he became 70,000 naira. So you now say there's a price reduction, or the price of that particular goods has dropped. When you compare the price, 100,000 and 70,000 naira is 30,000 naira drop. But now compare this 30,000 naira drop, the 70,000 naira that it is, let's say at the present, and compared to when he became president, when it was 30,000 naira, would you say that there is a price drop? All right, you get where I'm coming from. So unstable prices for small businesses, and then reduced profit, because where there is instability with pricing of goods, definitely your profit would not be on the rise, like constantly, on the rise, but instead it will go like up today, tomorrow it will reduce, just like that, up and down. So it's even unstable, your profit. But definitely when you want to look at when you were doing business a couple of years ago and now, you say that your profit has reduced. All right. And in this same space for small businesses, you could see that customers are buying less. Like I said, your salary is not increasing, it's still there, and the prices of goods are increasing. So what you have to do is, like they used to say, cut your cloth according to what? Okay, you get it. So that's the harsh reality of how money works. I mean, inflation works for small businesses. All right, so let's look at the graphics before us again, and you will get to understand the before and now on business reality. Okay, you'll see that before on the left, you say is that we had stable costs, okay, and predictable profit. Now this for businesses, we had stable cost or stable prices for the goods that they want to sell to the customers or to the consumers, and then they had predictable profit. They could predict that, okay, at the end of the first quarter of the year, my profit margin will be at so percent. It was very predictable. But now look at it, rising costs of doing business. Before, they had stable cost of doing business, and then even when they pass the bulk, the burden to the pricing of the goods, they still make some number of good profits. But right now, the rising costs of materials to do the business is really not on the positives for them, and so they want to push such to the consumer. But even when they push such to the consumers, their margins, profit margins shrink, because not everybody will be able to, just like what we said, customers are buying less. All right, so that's exactly what also affects them. It will now translate into their profit being getting shrinking as it is. So the margins are always shrinking for them, very, very small compared to when it used to be. So this is why inflation to all of us, inflation is very dangerous. It is quietly pushing people into poverty without making noise. That's what inflation does, quietly. Because you will not be asking yourself, what did this money that I just gathered now, what did it actually do for me? Quietly, without making noise, inflation will make you be staring at the face of poverty. But inflation can be controlled, really? Can it be controlled? Because we've been looking at the reasons why we have inflation and what inflation is all about. So if this is, because I know while I was talking, if you recall very well, when I said inflation could go up and come down, the percentage of how it affects could go up and come down. So I mean, if it's also volatile, if it's also moving up and down, if it's also unstable, can it be controlled? This is what we'll look at as we round things up in the next segment after this commercial break. Stay with us.
At DSAG Engineering and Services, we anticipate, manage, and deliver. Since 2000, we have been a leading EPC company, ensuring customer satisfaction through quality service and timely delivery. With integrity, proficiency, and innovation at our core, we provide world-class solutions tailored to your needs. From engineering designs and construction to procurement, manpower outsourcing, and maritime supplies, DSAG delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services, anticipate, manage, deliver.
All right, welcome back from that break. And before we went on the break, we said, we asked the question, can inflation be controlled? Can inflation be controlled? We will answer that question very soon. And we'll also look at how inflation, how Nigerians, you and I, can cope in the face of inflation. So let's ask ourselves the first question: can inflation be controlled? Can inflation be controlled? Okay, so like I said, we have regulators of the economy. Every government, every country has regulators, and Nigeria is not exempted in this particular matter as well. For the economy, those who really control the economy, or the regulators, when it comes to finances or financial matters, they are the governments, and most times, and most especially the Apex Bank. In this sense, in Nigeria, it is the Central Bank of Nigeria. Now, these two players, the government and the CBN, they do not ignore inflation. We have to be aware of this. They do all they can to ensure that inflation is controlled, and they fight inflation using several tools. There are several, but we'll look at just two of them. One of them is interest rate, and the other is boosting local production. Let's start with the interest rate. The first is the interest rate. Now, the understanding, or the what's the word? I really want to break this down really nicely. The simplified, or the simple method, to help control inflation. You cannot remove inflation. That's one thing for sure, because if you do your studies, if you go on a research on other economies, in other parts of the world, you will definitely be hearing inflation is reduced to 1.something%, or 2%, or 12%, whatever it is. So it is the understanding that inflation cannot go away. Inflation cannot go away. Inflation will always be part and parcel of us, but it can be controlled. Yes, it can. And so one of the ways of controlling inflation right here in Nigeria is via higher interest rates. Now, with higher interest rates, this brings about reduction in spending, and of course, it slows down price increases. That's what this higher interest rate does. The interest rate. So we go on a higher interest rate. When there's a higher interest rate, it brings this spending capability to a certain level, reduced to a certain level, and then it also slows down, price increases. That's the understanding. That's the understanding. Let me just leave it at that. That's what they believe. These players, that's what they believe can help control, to a greater extent, the effect or the influence of inflation. All right, let's look at what we have on the screen, how inflation is controlled. Like I said, interest rates. Now, with the interest rates, that brings about the money supply control. I talked about what CBN released recently, the volume of money in circulation. We have, at the end of December 2025, at the 2.90 trillion naira increase from what we had the previous month, which was November 2025. So you can see that the volume of money in circulation was really, really high. So one way that the government and the regulators of the economy would help is by ensuring that money supply is controlled, and that's what they are trying to do. Do most of your businesses cashless. Let's go cashless. Let's do businesses online instead of carrying much cash in our hands. All right, another thing that you're seeing on your screen about these graphics is the exchange rate stability. Now, the government has to do a lot when it comes to the exchange rate. We've got to ensure that the local naira appreciates and doesn't get weakened too often. And there's been, to a large extent, some form of stability when it comes to what the naira buys the dollars. I mean, exchanges for the dollar. You know, recently I think there's been some form of, a little form of stability, not like what it used to, I think, in the early part of 2025. And then, of course, the other one is local production, which we will look as the second reason that, you know, the government can do to control inflation, you know, boosting local production. Now, that's another factor or other tool that the federal government, all the regulators of the economy can use to control inflation. Now, when we produce more locally, we depend less on imports, and then this brings about price stability. Okay, but you know, like we saw over the former slide where we talked about exchange, money supply control, and then it brings about exchange rate stability. All right, so but with these tools that I just mentioned, just two of them, one of them, like I said, the interest rates, and then the other is boosting local production. Like I said, there are various tools that the federal government or the CBN can use. We don't want to go deep into all of that. I just want you to get the understanding of how that it can be controlled, yes, to the barest minimum if we can, if these things are really taken into serious consideration. But these solutions, these two tools that I just talked about, they are not really that easy, because definitely it will take time for us to start seeing the effect of these solutions that I just preferred. So how do Nigerians, the other Nigerians cope when it comes to inflation, coping with inflation? All right, let's see the slide now for us to get an understanding of how Nigerians cope when it comes to inflation. First off, you can see budget strictly. We've got to, our budget, we have to be planned in a way, you know, brought up in a way that it will help reduce the cost of inflation, cost of living on Nigerians, and then also try as much as we can, the regulators now, we can, to reduce inflation in the economy. And then another thing that you're seeing on the screen there is reduce waste. This is very important because when we do have surplus, some time ago I talked about how it is that you get surplus because of your pricing. People will turn away from such pricing, and then you have a lot of waste. So we have to reduce waste. That's one way of trying to cope with inflation. Yeah, so let me come back to that budget strictly. For you as a person, as a Nigerian, you have to stop spending impulsively. You know, there are people, you know, that anything that just comes to the mind, as long as there's money in their pocket, they will just spend instantly. That's called impulse spending. So impulse spending, you kill impulse spending when you budget strictly. So that will also reduce waste. Okay, I just wanted to link that budget strictly to reducing waste. So it will reduce wastage. You will not be spending money recklessly. Let me put it that way. And then multiple income streams. We've hammered on this over and over. In fact, right from episode 1 of Money and Market, we've been talking about multiple income streams. It's very important because, especially for you, the salaried earner, you cannot depend on your salary alone in relation to inflation. Okay, so if you say you want to do that, that means you won't be buying or be purchasing enough items for yourself and your family. All right, so you want to have multiple income streams in order for you to, in quote, meet up, with your cost of living or your standard of living. All right, so multiple income streams would help you cope with inflation. Another is to invest wisely. Now, don't just jump, we talked about this before, don't just jump into every business ideas that come your way. It could come in the form of Ponzi scheme, because they still call it business idea. It will come in the form of a pyramid business, whatever model. So you've got to look at those things very, very critically before you say you are jumping into spending your money on investment. All right, so inflation is not just an economic statistics, okay? It is the reason your money feels weaker. So get the understanding of what inflation is. Inflation is not just for the scholars. It is not just for the big corporations or for government. It concerns you and I, even you, the market woman, the trader in the market, even you, the vulcanizer, even you, the artisan, whoever you are. Inflation concerns you. It is the reason your money feels weak. And when you say, my money cannot buy me what I used to, it is inflation that is at play. So understanding what inflation is the first step to surviving the inflation. Okay? Now, understand one thing. Inflation is like your enemy. It puts a hole in your pocket. Okay? So get that understanding. I hope we've learned a great deal of what inflation is all about. Like I said, can inflation be controlled? Yes, you have seen how it can be controlled. I just brought out 2 key tools on how it can be controlled by the government or the regulators of the economy. One through interest rates, and the other through boosting local production when we do not depend solely on foreign production, as it were. Okay, so that is all we have for Money and Market today on the topic inflation. I hope we have been able to explain what inflation is all about. By the way, Money and Market is the program where we explain the economy in a way everyone can understand. And I hope we have delivered that to you right now. And of course, you now have a better understanding of what inflation means and how it works. And I want to say thank you so much for staying with us, for watching. And before I say I'll see you next week or next time when we bring you another interesting and educative episode of the program, always do know that TVM, the app, is available on on Apple Store and of course on Google Play Store. You can download the app, and of course you can follow us via that app. You can also watch us on the go via different channels that you're seeing on your screen right now, on YouTube, Facebook, and what have you. And of course, there's a particular number on your screen right now where you can also reach us via text, call, or even via WhatsApp message. We will be so glad to hear from you. And yes, I want to say thank you once again for watching. Until then, always remember that in money matters, impatience leads to regret. Wait until the numbers make a lot of sense to you. Wait until the timing is right. Goodbye for now.
Welcome to Dursag Engineering and Services Limited. A trusted name in the oil and gas industry, proudly registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission since the year 2000. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9000.